How are we doing? Hello, everybody. Bring greetings and good tidings to everybody. How are we doing? Hope we are well. Eh, I just want to believe that we are in high spirit. I want to believe that we are pulling through, you know, and I want to believe that in the midst of the hassle and bustle of what constitutes the real world, we are still coming out um, undeterred and strong. How Nigeria be for your side? Mm, hope you pull through and you never lose your sanity because as things are, it day enough for anybody to basically lose their sanity. Really, as matter take be for Nigeria now, it day enough for everybody to say, I have lost it all. I've lost my sanity. So many things they happen at the same time in Nigeria. So many things happening at the same time. Day enough for everybody to say, I have lost it all. I've lost my sanity. So many things they happen at the same time. So many things. All right, here. And of course, you must have noticed also from the background of things. Well, sorry about the background. It is what it is. There's some things that you cannot really help. And a barrack they live. So it dey happen like that. So yeah, I greet everybody. What are we talking about today? We're talking about having a moment of reflection. A moment of because so many things happening at the same time that calls for introspection. Right? So many things at the same time. Because so many things happening at the same time that calls for introspection. Right? We really have to really sit down and think about the developments in our dear country. All right, there's so many developments happening, and of course, it is it's something that is that cause for alarm, that cause for worry, you know, and of course, coming up with a topic that would really envelope everything. All right, a topic that would showcase our reality is what seems to be the hard job for people like us. It's a hard job because so many things are happening at the same time, and you just want to, or paint a perfect scenario of what is going on. But I think what would be the perfect description is for us to have a moment of reflection. We can see so many principles from assault, backflip, here, the very concept that many people have denigrated is the very same concept that they are very much standing solidly on right now. Many will call it hypocrisy, some will call it strategy. But whichever way you take call on, this is a moment for us to really think and say, wow, let us sit back and relax and think about our life and our problem moving forward in Nigeria. As far as the Nigerian project is concerned, we must really have reflections for us to see whether or not we are on the right track or we are trying to just be hypocritical about everything. And I'm going to take you through some of the things that necessitated all of this development, that would necessitate reflecting or thinking. Maybe we people even think about waiting they happen. Mm. And of course, I would really like to share, um, for us to see exactly, um, what I mean, because I going through going through my, FYP on X, I stumble at quite a number of interesting stuff. I think I would like to share with everybody. We are live, just in case, just to make those announcements that we are live on Facebook, we are live on, YouTube, and of course on X. We are live and direct on three platforms, all right? And of course, it is to widen our reach so that we can serve everybody. Everybody can listen to us. Everybody can have access to us. Whichever platform where you did, whether you did for Facebook or we did for Twitter, or you want to make sure we serve everybody because these are the popular ones. As time goes on, we go to, spread our tentacles to TikTok and, Twitch and Kick, all of these other, media platforms, right? So, um, it is very, very important. All right, say we spread our message far and wide. They're very important, ladies and gentlemen. Make I not lie you. They're very, very important. And of course, sharing my, FYP with you, I stumbled at a post by Maurice Monye. He said, once they benefit from activism, their voice becomes lower. This is why you have to have verifiable source of income. You need to have seen it all. You need to have seen it all, and of course, the comment section. Let me even put this at the major screen so that we would see the comment circular post and you'll be able to read it, broadly. All right, And what is Maurice Monye saying about this? All right. What do you think about act in Nigeria? Because you can make arguments that most of those that actually, um, you know, became leaders in Nigeria, they did that, under the under the pretext, or perhaps under the with the tool of activism. You can argue that they did that, under the tool, using the tool of activism. But why is it that, whenever they get to where they want to get to, or perhaps, benefit from activism one way or the other, they begin to lose their steam. They begins to lose their vibe and what is actually propelling them to keep doing what they are doing. Right? Many would, say a lot of things about this. For instance, someone like Tinubu would also say that he's an activist. He was in participated in Nadeco, blah 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 blah, and all that. But was he really an activist? Or perhaps we have a distorted or a myopic view of activism. Our definition of activism, it seems as though that definition needs correction, really. All right. Or perhaps we have misrepresented the concept of activism. Is it supposed to be a, job, or perhaps a collective job of everybody as members of the society? All right. Should we just relegate activism to what is the concept of activism? Gone, gone, gone. That is, you see that something is wrong in the society and you call it out. And of course, the members of society, all of us gather, call them out. All right. It's very, very important for us to make this, this clarification. All right. Because it seems as though, we have an history in Nigeria of misrepresenting noble ideas, noble tools and concepts. We have a very, unpleasant history of misrepresenting all of these ideas. And of course, here's a post by Maurice Monye. Once they benefit from activism, their voice becomes lower. This is why you have to have verifiable sources of income. You need to have seen it all. That is, according to Maurice Monye, you need to have verifiable sources of income for you to be able to constitute an activist. You need to have seen it all for you to have to it for you to be constituting a an activist. You need to have made it in life. You need to have done well for yourself and made a name for yourself for you to say, well, I want to now go into activism. Well, once that makes sense to you, if you think that makes sense to you, fine. But I think there's some reflection, or perhaps I think we have to fine tune that position a little bit so that we'll not get it twisted. I'm one of those that believe that activism doesn't have to be a matter of whether or not you have done well for yourself or not, whether or not you. Okay, what about those that are unemployed? They have a skill set, all right, but they are unemployed. Are you saying they should not really use the tool of activism or perhaps involve themselves in activism? That is a food for that is something that I think deserves an answer. All right. And of course, that will mean that if you really want to answer or perhaps participate, I don't forget to put a link. If you want to really um if you want to participate in this discussion, because this is not supposed to be a monologue for just one person, one man show. No, this is the people's media. It's a media that is designed for everybody to do a thing, to participate, to do a thing, to participate. And that participation means everybody has the right to pick up, come into the studio basically. Everybody should be able to come into the studio and have a say. And of course, that is the link on the. I will try to put the link on the timeline of Liberation Chat. And of course, let me put it also. Let me paste it also at the comment section on YouTube. And I don't know why this particular streaming platform cannot actually, you know, help us put it on all the platform. Once you comment something from inside the studio here, it only displays on YouTube. And it's something that we really want to work on. So, but yeah, you welcome everybody to the discussion. We are having a moment of reflection today. Want to reflect, want to think about our life, really. Don't you think that we have to think about our life in Nigeria? Because the level of flip flop and misrepresentation of concepts in Nigeria, hmm, it really, really, it really is worrying. The level at which would they flip flop. People will be say they condemn activism hmm, before they are now begin to embrace activism without even any reference that to even admit that yeah we were against activism before. Now we are very much we are really we have eaten the humble pie and we accept that we denigrated activism before. Instead of them to admit that, they don't want to they want to uh, they want to misrepresent the meaning of activism. They want to paint a wrong picture of activism to the people. And I think that is what some of us will really, really want to. We want to really challenge it. That no, you cannot. When you don't know something, it is something that is very. Just admit that you don't know it. All right, admit that you don't know. uh there's nothing wrong in saying, well, I don't know this thing, I have no idea about it. For you to claim that you know, and you now begin to misrepresent that concept, I think it is not really fair enough. And I think as intellectuals, we should really not, you know, be doing that. I think it's counterproductive, really. It's really, really counterproductive, and it's not going to help our cause. Now, why we remain where we are in Nigeria? Many people argue that the reason why we are where we are in Nigeria now because we know how to be honest in all our dealings. We know to sabi am. And instead of us to admit that we know to sabi am, we go come dey they twist the whole idea of what we don't understand. All right, you don't understand activism. I agree, say you don't understand them. All right, there's nothing wrong in it that you don't understand something. You say, yeah, I really don't understand it. Do not try to now begin to mislead others. All right, activism is supposed to be everybody's collective business, just as the whole idea of good governance should be everybody's business. As citizens of a country, you have a role to play. I have a role to play. You have a role to play. Everybody have a role to play. All right. All right. Everybody have a role to play. And of course, the comments, if you are to go into the comment section of this particular post, you go laugh well. And of course, beyond just laughing, you know, we supposed to extract one or two lessons from it, from the comment section only, because, well, by and large, what are we here to do? We really want to learn from each other. We want to see the minds of the Nigerian people. All right, we want to see through the Nigerian people. We want to see through the inner workings of the minds of the Nigerian people. I beg no verse. I'm trying to send links to everybody. So yeah, so all right. So one of the commentators says it's very important to have a very viable source of income. Many Nigerian activists are waiting for an opportunity to sell their people for a pot of porridge. This is deep. This is deep. This is deep. ah, do you really? This is deep. It's very important. So verifiable source of income. Many Nigerian activists are waiting for an opportunity to sell their people for a pot of porridge. And let's break that down. All right. Having a source of income is for everybody. Everybody should have a source of income. All right. As an adult, people should be able to have, what brings food on their table. All right. That is normal. But how about a society where you can argue, not even about arguing. It is verifiable that majority of those that should have verifiable source of income do not have verifiable sources of income. They don't even have employment at all, at all, at all. All right. That many of our people who should be employed are not employed. Nigeria has one of the highest unemployment rate in the world. Nigeria has one of the highest unemployment rates in the world. All right. And of course, this also outlines or perhaps highlights the whole idea that one should be activist as a matter of profession, or activism is a profession. All right. Many Nigerian activists are waiting for an opportunity to sell their people for a pot of porridge. Have we really, can we see traces of it in Nigeria? Do you have example of it? Let us know in the comment section of activists that have sold Nigeria for a pot of porridge in Nigeria, that have betrayed the people. I can mention one. Me, I know one. Me, I know one. All right. Many people would argue that Adams Oshiomhole, who calls himself a comrade, all right, is one of those sellouts. All right. He calls himself a comrade. He at one point in time organized protest, confrontation with the system. But yeah, can you see this trajectory? Even as at that time, Shore was telling the Nigerian people that you should take a look at the signs. Take a look at the signs. Do not ignore the signs. All right. If you have a labor leader who have an history of calling for protest and only it is just performative, there is no a doesn't have a history of say, okay, calling the members of his team, you represent this particular organization or particular association under the labor union. What does the people want? In terms of fuel price, what does the people want? In terms of salary for for lecturers, salaries for teachers, minimum wage. What do you think would be the projection? And of course, once they have agreed that this is what we want, they press on that demand, and they press on that demand such that, and of course, you know the whole idea of NLC having a labor union, all right, to force the, and of course, they also do their calculation that can the government really fund this particular demand? If the government can fund it, then they press home that demand, and if the government, until the government does it, and of course, they make allowances, all right, margin. Okay, this is where we are. Even if we are going to shift ground, it will not be a matter of an agreement, and of course, their margin will also meet with the end game that will benefit everybody. But once you have a labor union leader that is in bed with the government, then you have a problem. And of course, that is the trajectory of Adam Oshiomhole. But many people, because he parades himself, he jumps in front of the camera, he addresses people in the press conference. He have, he will state, there are people assume that it's an, and many to that trap of voting him into elected office to become the governor of Edo State. Of course, fast forward to now, what do you think? Do you still think is a servant of the people, a public servant that have a track record of verifiable social amenities, projects that brings about social amenities that people are still enjoying in Edo State today? Very, very fundamental. All right. So it's not as though it's not the source of income that is the issue. Oshiomhole had a source of income. All right. He was a labor union leader. All right. And you know what it means to lead thousands of people. That is a full-time job, ladies and gentlemen. And before that, I believe he was also very much employed in one of the textile companies in Nigeria before he rose up to the office of being a labor union leader. So they have verifiable source of income. So activist or someone that is known to be activist or perhaps have championed people's causes at one point in time. All right. Many of them have sources of income. Does Shure not have source of income? He does. All right. Shure does have a source of income. And has he ever betrayed the people? No. Till tomorrow, he is still very much anti any government that brings anti-people policy to the Nigerian people. He would call it out. OR. He will call it out, and of course organize protests that will disrupt, that will bring an end really to any anti-people policy. And it also to say, okay, oh, apart from saying I want to even, you know, prime people, I, after having done well for myself in building a global media platform, I want to really submit myself to the people. I want to submit myself for service. I want to submit myself as, and of course, when people do something at a very at a particular scale, at a point it becomes a full-time job. And of course, is it really wrong for to have a means of or perhaps support from reputable NGOs or even members of the society who appreciate what they do and say, well, I want to support your work. I like what you do. I want you to do this thing full time such that we hold the government accountable, and of course we mobilize and organize the people to form pressure groups that will actually facilitate government doing the right thing. What is wrong in that? There's nothing wrong in that. So far, it's not coming from the very same government that you really want to pressure to do the right thing. Fundamentally wrong in that. All right. So I don't think the issue is about verifiable source of income. The issue is accountability of activists. If they tell you they have opened an NGO, are they transparent? Are they transparent enough to really let you see what goes on in the NGO, how money is entering and how money is going? All right. It's very important. It's so simple to know, isn't it? All right. Yeah. So let's continue with the comment. And of course, honestly, poor people making noise and claiming they are doing it on behalf of the people are pretenders. The real color comes out when they see money. Poor people making noise and claiming they are doing it on behalf of the people are pretenders. Their real color comes out when they see money. Who do you think these people, Nigerians, are referring to here, really? And of course, is it actually true that when poor people, you know, take on people's costs, all right? And of course, there's a particular line that I want us to underline on this comment says they are doing it on behalf of the people. No activist should do anything on behalf of the people. It should do it alongside the people. And that is one of the reasons why that's one of the areas where you know real activists. Real activists don't do anything on behalf of the people. Real activists do stuff alongside the people. Real activists represent the people and basically presses home the demands of the people. Chikena, all right. When the ex police officers came to Shore and said we want to really protest, federal government is doing us real strong thing. They are messing with our entitlement. They are messing with our pensions. These are our demands. They came to Shore as someone who has a very big platform, both media platform and political platform. What did Shore say? Shore said, okay, I'm going to stand in solidarity with you. We are going to press and demand for these things that you want. I would follow you. I will be at the forefront of it alongside you. All of us will walk side by side and we go and confront the very system that you want to really challenge. And we are not going to back down. We are not going to back down until that demand is actualized. He would not attend any meet if the federal government would try to call him to attend meeting and say, okay, come. Maybe you are representing them, come, let us negotiate. No, the demands are already in the public domain. Just meet the demands, and you don't have to meet me. You don't have to do any meeting with me. That is how you know real activists. But you would leave all of these historical accounts. You will leave this some of the good examples, the good ones. You spit at their face. You accuse them. You misrepresent what they stand for. You even lie about them without any form of solid evidence. But when the fake ones now show themselves, you generalize everybody. I think that is quite mischievous. That is quite disingenuous, really. And it's not something that we should. That is one of the things, reason why we should have moments of reflection. We have to look inward and say, this thing what they do, good for us. Do it in, good for us. We have to do it in, we have to change and change real good. Otherwise, we will just be running around the circles. We could just run around the circles. Hmm? Especially by those of, and of course, you now be wondering that when people that are coming online have this myopic and inaccurate view of activism, then and they are the ones that are really on the ground, really, you know, engineer the people to think a certain way because people think that they know all because they can speak English. People listen to them, and now whatever they tell the people is what they will listen to, and that is quite unfortunate. And that is the reason why we want to saturate this social media with content that really sets the record straight, because these are the people that constitute the grassroots. Now the people where people put for grassroots they listen to be this. Whenever they talk, people listen. When they tell the whole people in the community that this is what is the right thing, even if that thing is wrong or perhaps a very inaccurate stand or position, people will listen to them because they consider them intellectuals, because they have gone to school and they can speak English, because they can read and write, because they can come online, because they have a smartphone within the community, and others barely don't have a smartphone to have access to the internet. The other time, one idiot organized community, and they came to a place where they are fetching water to drink. A very, very terrible arrangement, or perhaps their only desperate means of getting water to drink, a very unsanitary place. And he was calling on VDM, that VDM to come and help them. Someone who have access to the internet, calling on VDM instead of calling or priming his community to really go and challenge the government of their state and the local government. They have a local government there. If all of them say they won't go local, see, since since no one provide us water, you want to treat us like animals. Okay, we want to show you that animalistic part of us, and we are going to organize ourselves. They go bombard the government house until the government deem it fit to do the right thing. He did not prime his people to, and this is just me painting a scenario. You may disagree with that scenario just painted, but that doesn't validate someone who claims to be educated that can actually use a smartphone to log into the internet and onto social media platform. All right, priming his people to beg an individual to do what is the duty of the government, and people in the community think it's normal for them to now start beseeching and begging individual for what is the role of the federal government. You're welcome into the studio, Adeke.
Greetings, my
Welcome,
comrades.
welcome. Big shout out to you and salute.
How about you now?
Yeah, we did do
To try. More grace to your elbow.
Thank you so much. Thank you, salutations. Yeah.
Let's get on.
All right. So yeah, we were talking about moments of reflection. All right, because so many things are happening around us. We can see I can see so many things on the timeline that is actually a cause for concern, because so many things are happening at the same time. While we have El Rufai's passport being seized after returning back from Cairo, outside the country treatment, medical tourism. That is how to put it. After returning back from medical tourism, he was waylaid, he was ambushed by the ICPC. ICPC that did not know when he left the country now wants to perform some cinematography for us, that they now suddenly see him that he's now back. And of course, what is his offense? They said he has some allegations on his head that he needs to come and clear over 400 billion naira that he misappropriated while he was in government. And all that. And of course, this is actually a governor who was also who was very, very much a tyrant, according to many people, when he was
Mm-hmm.
a governor. All right. Under him, a particular journalist disappeared into the thing here. We could not trace that young
Mm-hmm.
journalist till now. His name, Daddy Yata. Under him. So now he's now a victim. He's now a victim of the Justapo, moves of the system that he aided or aided in building. So I'm now saying, well, this should be a moment of reflection for everybody, from the politicians to even we the citizens, for us to really relax and say the things that we promote, the things that we facilitate, we might be the victim of it. In fact, not even might, we are going to be the victim of it later, 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 later. That system where you orchestrate, just relax. You are going to be a victim of it. The system of oppression where we just fold our hands and watch as it's brewing like this. Nothing concern me, nothing concern me. When that system where what can hammer you, you go know it concern you. So we are having a general moment of reflection, and of course we now it make us now it make I just want to take a look at some of the tweets that I've
Yeah.
bookmarked to reflect some of the things I have seen in terms of
Mm-hmm.
activism, you know, and our people's view of activism. And of course, I'm reading comments from different posts, and one of it's on the screen already. It said, "Seeing it all are not except because when their sources of income is threatened, they fall in line. There is also voice lowering in seen as all because there is levels to seeing it all. One person seeing it all is another person's starting point down to individuals. Well, this person has doctor in English language that it becomes confusing, but
Well,
well,
this person
has a way of editing me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for muting. Yeah. So you know how people have a way of writing and typing, and they type so fast. And his name is Joe Obedient. It comes down to individual and their choices. Yeah. And of course, people are making reference to all of this because they have seen a pattern of people, you know, basically voicing out, becoming activists according to them. Activism is now a full-time job in Nigeria, according to many people.
Yes,
So
comrade.
now see a pattern.
It's kind of
No,
raining
I can't
around
give
my
you name.
environment, so the network is
So
just.
they
Thank
now
you so
see a
much
sense
for.
of betrayal across the
loud.
year. So you know how people have writers. Yeah, yeah. I think it's a bit in me that is the noise
To
is
send
coming
our
from
radio,
it.
they do. For say, caller, turn down the volume of your radio.
Of people, yeah, as this voice now. Some bros don't.
A bit of me, I beg you go try your.
Shay, okay, make I pass the mic to you. It's like you want to say something very fast. So let's pass the mic to you. So you address also. And then, yeah, are you there anyway? Okay, yeah. So this whole reaction is what I'm trying to go through to see the inner workings of the minds of the people. Activism should be a collective, activity. Something that would do collective. If we are not satisfied in our community, in our society, we should be able to call it out. And of course, if we have leaders, all right, who are fronting, taking the lead in fighting for our causes, we should be on certain criteria, really. They should have ticked some certain box able to compromise on principles. But once you people, these guys that are complaining now, they have a way of rewarding or perhaps bringing or making, compromised people popular. And once they now begin to misbehave, it now becomes a problem that they will now begin to generalize. Every activist where they can't know say they prominent, all of them don't become you know backstabbers or perhaps betrayers, because one person where they don't make popular, we they don't really do vetting these individuals. They did not even go through some of these individuals. But once, because these ones fail them, begin to say everybody are sellouts, basically. Activists who accept the good will of those they oppose will definitely see their loud voices become whispers, if not completely lost. So I think I agree with this to a large extent. That when once you're I begin to wonder when so-called activists begin to now seek for donations from the hands of those that they really want to really fight. And of course, once you now have for me, and I think our people should learn from this activist that is doing like a that doesn't want anybody, that wants all of the limelight should focus on him, that is like the alpha and omega, the one who wants to really be the superman, one of the red flag for me, right? And I think our people will have to learn all of these lessons the hard way. They're already learning it in the hard way. And many people argue that all of these things have to happen for our people now begin to have a paradigm mind in terms of their perception and what to look out for
So,
in those that
Liberation,
yeah, please
what
continue.
is
Yeah, please.
what is the which activists are they referring to now? Are there any particular activists are referring to as
I think my best guess that the person they are referring to is VDM. They are calling out VDM that he because of the fact that he distanced himself from this whole electronic transmission of results. He refused to really be a part of it. Maybe perhaps, and they are making postulation that he must have been incentivized to take that silent or perhaps a distance approach, to this whole thing. Because ordinarily, these are supposed to be the stuff that people believe that or expect him to really jump at, because this is a pro people kind of something. Elections, people trying to elect who becomes their leaders is something that any activist should be interested in. But people are making arguments, say it be like say some of these activists, they no want make country better, because if no more work for them, no more gig for them. That kind of thing. See, their case just be like pastor. See, Nigerian pastors, if people now begin to have jobs, electricity don't dey, people are living a comfortable life, there will be nothing for them to lie on again, saying that the thing where they do it, where we say there will be no more programs on night vigils where they will have something to anchor on, that yeah, let's come and pray against one enemy. And from there, after praying for enemies, people will walk to the altar for offering. And it is that offering that is the real intent of the program, not necessarily the killing of enemies per se. So these are the arguments really. And of course, people have the right to really say whatever they want to say, but at least we just want to put it in perspective so that we know exactly what we can learn from it, and of course what we can take note. Once people start benefiting personally, their priorities can shift. Money, connection, and comfort can make quieter, more cautious, because speaking out might now risk what they have gained. That's why having your own verifiable income And independence is crucial. Survival and success don't depend on it. You can speak freely, act boldly, and stay consistent. No compromises, no silencing. What do you think about this? Yeah, what I think about this is very, very clear. I think this is a very big point, right? I think this is a very big point that this person have raised. You know, one of the reasons why Showore has maintained his independence is because he's got a means of livelihood. He has built a global platform that gains, that has the attention of the world, and because that is very, very much settled. Shema Hilara, he did for come up now, yeah, and let's hear you, and of course to everybody also that really wants to contribute to the program. The ground is open for everybody to tune in. All right, yeah, the ground is open, and of course you can use the link on your screen through the timeline. If you go to the profile of library account that you click it, you go to the timeline, and of course you see a link where you can join us in the studio if you want to join us in the studio. And of course you can also comment, just like drop your comments. And on we are streaming on all three: Facebook, YouTube, of course X. So thank you so much, everybody. So yeah, it's important for you to have a verifiable source of income. All right, very, very important. And of course, your means of livelihood, once it is tied to anyone who has, the interest of continuation of what you want to fight against, then you are in trouble. So as activists, your sources of income should not be tied to the very system that you want to eradicate, or you want to really, facilitate your people to stand against. Very, very important. Once people start benefiting personally from activism, their priorities can shift. Now, how do you benefit personally from activism? People have an history of opening NGOs, and that NGOs without any form of accountability. You now begin to see them buying exotic cars, you see them living lavish lifestyle, you see them mingling, sitting in the stables of those that are players. They are the real players. They are the ones really in charge of how the country is, where the country is right now, really. So these are the issues. These are the issues. But people have a way of popularizing these individuals and now begin to complain later without doing their checks and balances. And that's why I titled this whole broadcast "Moment of Introspection." We should leap before when we should think before we leap. It seems as though one thing for Nigeria, if we don't make the mistake, finish. And after we don't jump inside canal, we call the thing say, oh, why I do this thing? Why this thing happen to me? Which kind of mistake be this? And at that time, we now want to we want to model everybody in the same, that they want to tackle everybody and assume everybody is the same. And of course, that is not true. The fact they are activists who does not mean all activists. And it's actually a statement of fact. It's not really about trying to cover up or do PR for anybody. All right. Just like in a relationship, the fact that you were jilted, the fact a gold digger, you fall into the hands of a gold digger and he show you pepper, does not mean all men are gold diggers. It's just plain logic. It's plain logic. Or that is not really rocket science. So yeah, moving on to the next comment, because I think we have to go through this. There are so many things I want to discuss about. Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
my
Okay. Yeah.
network
Please
went
continue.
off.
Yeah.
I got a call, so
You
I
have
wasn't
to
able
speak.
to respond for a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Anyway,
figured
yes,
that.
but what I wanted to say is concerning people like VDM. I don't think VDM has ever told Nigerians that he's an activist. Nigerians are the ones that just gave him that label of activist. In fact, he has said it before that he's not an activist. He has said it multiple times that he's not an activist, that people should stop calling him an activist. That is one. Now, So Nigerians should stop disturbing themselves. The boy is not an activist. He has said he's not one. Leave the boy alone. My own is this now for Nigerians, because they always want to look for someone to blame. They never want to blame themselves, or they never want to look internally to fix anything. They always want to look towards the outside for the cause of their problem. All the things that VDM is doing for Nigerian people, can Nigerians not do it by themselves? Those are the questions we must begin to ask. Can we not do these things by ourselves? What is the need for an activist in the first place? Is it not because you trusted somebody to do something for you, someone in authority to do something for you, and it failed? That is why activists come out to be active on your behalf. Why do you expect another person to be active on your behalf for your own liberation? Why are you expecting that? And then the person now is choosing what he will fight for, what he will not fight for. You are fighting him. You have so much high expectations for an activist, but you have so little expectation for yourself as a Nigerian citizen to hold your leaders accountable. And why are they not coming out? Why do you need them? This is your problem. This is the fundamental mental problem that we have as Nigerians. We always need somebody. We don't think we can do it by ourselves. We're always looking outside. This person should come and help us. Trump, come and save us. Government should come and do it for us. We're always looking to somebody else. We can never look to ourselves and say, how can we even solve this problem? How can we make this thing stop? And the only time Nigerians will come outside and say they want to do something is when one big man, one activist has to tell them, oh yeah, does an activist have to come to you to tell you how to think? He has to come and tell you. This last election as well, activists now say, oh yeah, come outside, everybody come outside. All of you now come outside. Now come outside now, activists, oh yeah, everybody go back, everybody go back. This is why you never have any real breakthrough. Because when the activist is tired, when they have spoken to the activist is okay, take your 5 billion, go and sit down, shut up. Activists will tell everybody to go home. Activists will tell everybody to go home. Look, Nigerians, activists will betray you. People will betray you. The only people that can save you are yourselves. You are the only one who can save yourself. By becoming politically conscious and by organizing. That's the only way you can be liberated. You can't expect a VDM. Look, I mean, just by the VDM antics. I've said it before, people like to glamorize people who hate you. You like to glamorize people who hate you, just like VDM is friends with all the people, yes, with all the people that people say are ruining Nigeria. How do you expect him to fight? How do you expect him to fight? And you put high expectations on your so-called God. That same Messiah syndrome. Every time you are looking for a savior, every time, there's no time Nigerian people will say, oh, we want to do this by ourselves. You must want to align yourself. Whether you are obedient, you are created, or you are fired, or you are right there. No, you don't want to think that, okay, yeah, we can do this together, we can organize by ourselves and say, okay, we want to agitate for this thing. No, the people are not conscious. They have the illusion of action. That is the main thing. Nigerian people think they act, but they do not act. They have the illusion of action. They think they are acting based on another person's action. Everything they do is not well thought of. They don't think. They are not thinking. If they were thinking, they will be able to make critical analysis, basic analysis. For example, how can people who were in APC just 2 years ago, all of a sudden they jump to this party and you are supporting the same people again? That is an irrational and illogical form of thinking. But because your favorite influencers, your favorite activists jump from this place to this place, they tell you this is the way to go. You too, you jump and you follow them without thinking consciously for yourself. Without thinking. So by so doing, you think you have acted, but you have not acted. You only have the illusion of action. You have the illusion of action. And that is why you'll be frustrated every time. Oh, why is this person not doing this? Why is this person not doing that? Because you are always depending on another person for your liberation. And the only time you act is when that person gingers you to act. The work of an activist is only possible because you were first betrayed by the people that you put your trust in. Why did those people betray you? Because they are thieves. They have aligned with the ideology of their masters to become thieves. Now, why do those people keep betraying you? Because you cannot organize yourself against them. You cannot organize amongst yourself to fight the people who have their legs on your neck. That's why those people keep betraying you. And somebody now amongst you has looked around and said, okay, these people cannot fight for themselves. I will fight for them. But what is the motive for that action? Does he really want to fight for the people? Or has he realized that by pretending to fight for the people, he can gain some form of relevance? Because one of the ways the oppressors operate is that when they notice that somebody is beginning to see what they are doing, they will begin to immediately offer him things. They will begin to buy him in gradually to silence him. Small snippets will start coming. They will now give him recognition, appointment, all these many, they begin to give them different forms of references and recognition. That now makes them unable to talk because they have what? Conflict of interest. Conflict of interest. This is a simple case of conflict of interest. You want a man to fight his boss. That is what you're saying. Or his bosses. He can't do that. He cannot bite the hand that is feeding him. So when this is why we always talk about the people organizing, because when you see people who must go towards, when they cannot discipline themselves, organize with the people, generate resources with the people, coordinate the people to bring their resources together for their conscious liberation, when you cannot see somebody do that and he chooses to take the path of least resistance. What is the part of least resistance? Let me quickly align myself with this one. It will give me the money I need, or it will give me the resources I need, rather than doing the painstaking work of organizing with the people. So none of these people really want the total system to change. They really do not want the total system to change. They just want to be part of the major players in the system. That is all they want. And for as long as Nigerians continue to believe that any one man can bring the solution to their problem, Nigerians will continue to play this toxic relationship game where they will, this person is fighting the government for us, he's fighting the government for us, he's fighting the government for us. And after 2-3 years of romanticizing fighting the government said, use body touch and instead use body touch government, everybody corrects before you know the person becomes part of the same people oppressing you. You start shouting and you start crying. Nigerians have played this game over and over and over again. I can begin to mention names of people that have disappointed Nigerians in so many ways. There are so many names, people that you thought were serious, people that you thought Aisha Yusufu did there, what they call Fela Durotimi did there, they choke. People, there are many people that you believe that are fighting for your liberation, but at the end of the day, you see them fraternizing with the same people that they claim are ruining the system. They are all out there. Deceiving people, but talking all them Saddam, them, all those ones talking about liberation, talking about freedom, all those people, they are all just charlatans who just want to participate. They just want people to open door for them. They want relevance. They just like the cloud. People get paid now for attention. People get paid for attention right now. Have you not noticed that everyone now is all of a sudden a political commentator? All of a sudden, everyone is a political commentator. Everybody is just trying to buy into, let me get more people, let me get more crowd, let me get no, my people. We have to be serious with the real work of politicking, not all this selective fight, selective fight. No, no, no. So now what I just want to add my comment. I say make I throw that one in real quick.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you were quite spot on. You were quite straightforward and direct. You know, because people have to take on their fight. And of course have an yes, absolutely. People have to have an ideology. They are just joking. All right. All right, people have to have an ideology that forms the bedrock of who is leading. Well, of course, when that person is not leading, they have themselves to blame, to hold accountable, really. And of course, it brings about this effort, collectivism, and say now all do this thing. Nobody say one person is the alpha and the omega. No, all of us now ain't gathered the drum, really. Very, very important. Brings about this the mic to Shiwa Ilara. Shiwa Ilara, are you there? Has anything jumped at you so far? So, if you are to be asked, that reflection now in Nigeria, what have you noticed? And of course, what is really what I have noticed in terms, I have bookmarked quite a number of things. People are now beginning to regret those that they consider activists, and of course, hey, the very people that they are calling activists, they are the ones that popular, you know, and once that really do what they have been designed, it becomes a problem, and of course, you now begin to look at how people so-called activists on what criteria, and of course, once it is actually figured out that this is at the criteria that who is leading our cause, and of course, it is rooted on facts, not fiction. It's easier for people to really know exactly and how to get there. Very important. And of course, I found it interesting that people are now expressing some level of frustration, all right, with the concept of activism when they can actually get involved. They can actually get involved in this thing, but they have done a poor job of giving relevance to those that do not have the track record of standing for their interest later. And now when they should now even recalibrate and say, okay, we have made a mistake. Let's do something about this. They want to play that blame game, and of course, not look around them and say, well, or look within, have a moment of introspection. You don't have that attitude to be in Nigeria to reflect. And this is one of the reasons why I think so. All right. Away from this whole activism thing, let's another thing that really jumped at me while scrolling through my YP today is this. All right. This I find interesting, and I will read it. Nigerians are lucky to have had OBJ in 1999. They offered excuses against GSM. You will still be sending letters by now. This is someone I am just blown away. All right, by the level of you know how Nigerians think, our thought process really get, because you now begin to wonder, why, it's not really a surprise that we are where we are with this level of thinking, with this level of conclusion. Nigerian, you wouldn't have believed it that Just as in the past, that you will be wondering, why didn't the generations of the 80s or the 90s really put up enough resistance against a system is that has a trajectory of free fall into the abyss? All right, I think the reasons are very, very clear. And of course, you will not be wondering. You would think the internet was supposed to be the savior, but it seems as though the internet has not really helped that much. Because is this actually factual that Nigerians are lucky to have OBJ in 1999? And is OBJ doing has he done Nigeria a favor by selling the national telecommunication company under his government and really giving it out to private sectors that you can arguably say that take in? And of course, they are thanking him for basically carrying out these great assaults on the Nigerian people. The people are OBJ for selling the national assets for a giveaway price and outsourcing. You can imagine the number they are money in from our telcos, that the telcos are taking away from this country every year of dollars, billions of dollars. So OBJ said there's no way as a people we can actually perhaps manage a national telco company that can provide services for our people. The way we can do it is not possible. We would rather call in external people, private sectors that will come and dominate and exploit from the people. And they are still exploiting from us till now. All right. Right from this time when they were selling SIM card at a point, they were selling SIM card for as much as 26,000 naira at a time when Nigerian money was even far more valuable than now. Now, SIM card, you can get a SIM card for 500 naira. So, what does that mean? So, they were, well, let me pause it there and allow us to have a say. Christian has been having a big laugh today. Let's pass the mic to him. Shimaila, are you there?
Yeah, comrade, evening from here. I hear me.
Yes, loud and clear. You're welcome.
And
Welcome to the studio. Yeah.
I hope you have been able to get your matter with this capitalist word to a certain point.
Ah,
I don't know if they will be able
they have they have exploited me to go scot free. I went to make research of if there can be a refund. They said it is non-refundable. Something that you dip your hand into my bank just because I provided you with my
uh,
card details. You
uh,
dipped your hand into it. You had access to it by one crooked means with the system to it, and you are telling me you cannot refund me, even when I have not even started using the service you subscribed on my behalf. But funny enough, in some European countries, according to my research, some European countries, if such deduction is made, they are mandated to refund it if the customer demands for it. But they said because the law does not in my region, the law does not allow it in my region. So such refund cannot be, or such refund is not possible, really. So what I had to do was I now made how I went to go and cancel every subscription. I don't even want to have any subscription again. That is the only option that I explored, and I was able to get that done yesterday. So thank you so much. Are you there, Shewailer?
yeah. I was trying to navigate through the X to create some laughter.
It's
Sorry about the loss. That's why I knew that there is nothing so much to be done, you know. Um, So let's start from, I don't know where we should start from, but it will link one way or the other. It will get involved into stuff. But let's start from this. Nigerians. Nigeria is not the most calming nation in the world. In fact, we are not scammers. What we are doing is just pure stupidity. The biggest of the scamming nations in the world are the so-called global worlds that all of una want to die and kill yourself to enter. In fact, in your definition of what is closer to the paradise or the heaven, all of you envisage to enter. These are the nations, but I am telling you for a fact that these are the most corrupt nation on earth. What is the difference? Before I go into the difference, let me also mention one aspect of scamming that is perpetuated as a system on us as African people. Talking about this, and you don't see it as scam. That is the effectiveness of scam. The effectiveness of scam is that the victim never see it coming. In fact, even after it's done on them, never also still see it coming. The visa scam. What the heck? Oh, you don't see that scam? That every year, all these countries that you are intending to jackpot to have a quota, have number of people that they are supposed to admit. Where do you think these idiot stooges are getting their ideas from when they create post-UTME, but the schools cannot accommodate, even if all the students pass the exam, but the school does not have the facility to accommodate them? They say they write a CBT exam, but they don't release the result until a week or 2 weeks after. What are they trying to tidy up? They are writing a computer-based test, and you cannot see your computer-based test result immediately as you are finishing the test. What are they finishing up? Is that what they are finishing is because they know that barely 10% of the applied students or the students that are writing the exam can be adopted or admitted. That is the scam. But Nigerians, these ones are learning. When they sell you visa, B1 visa, all manners of visas, and they sell regardless of the number and the quota that they are expected to admit, because they do have it, but they sell regardless anyway. But you don't see it as scam. So after you must have been rejected, even though it's also specified to have the reason why the country that you have applied to is rejecting your offer. But after you must have been rejected without presented offer, do they do refund? Oh, they don't do refund. You to think that is a normal service. Did you get service? You paid money for a visa. They did not apply and approve your visa. Let them refund your visa. What law says that they must hold your money? See, the law that says that they must hold your money is your stupidity, nothing else. And this is where the scam is. When they scam as a group. When you scam as a unit. And it's the same error that the oppressed are still doing day by day. That we go to war as unit rather than as group. When your enemies are going to war against you, they don't go as a unit. They don't try to solve their physiological needs as a unit. When they gather together as a group, They can formulate policies that even in your numbers as unit would now consider legal, even though it is absolutely illegal. It does not make any sense. There are illegalities that happen. Some in some cases, some of you that apply, because I know the agony of some people that go through. You even pay for hotels, you pay for school fees, they still do not apply and they still do not refund you your school fees. These are scammers. But you try again. Confirm scammers. Can you still hear me? Liberation chat. Liberation chat. Can you still hear me? At this point, I have to confirm if I can still be heard. All right, I think I can still be heard. So I'll just continue. So the the concept of scam and it shows here that the analysis of progress for Nigerians, even in the chart displaying on the screen, the analysis of, and this is the stupidity, this is the widest of the stupidity, that Nigerians make analysis from the standpoint of development from an individual standpoint, and it's madness. And there are things, there are institutions that got us to this point of madness, that in our analysis of what is called development, we consider individual moves, things that benefit us individually as progress, things that benefit us individually as progress. And in what shape and manner is that supposed to be termed as progress? But religion, this is their role, that it is in the interest of the state, you know, for you to know how religion is such a contributor to where we are at, you need to analyze how the state deal with crowds when it is not in their favor. You guys gather every weekend, but the state even sponsor security operatives to come and guide you guys. But when you gather on the street, the contrast is the case. When you threaten the system, when your gathering threatens the system, the contrast is the case. But when your gathering is further the interest of the state, you see the response of the state. You don't need to look far. Just analyze the concept of your gatherings and versus the gatherings that pose a threat on the state, and see how they respond. If the way they respond to your gathering weekly, every week, like today now, some persons have done their own called uh, Friday prayers. If the way the state respond to people on the street protesting for social amenities is not the same way they dealt with you today, just know that everything that you are gathered to do furthers the interest of the state and the state resource. Just know, you don't need to go far, just use that metrics, you know just just go by synonyms, more than synonyms. It's not fighting it, but it's also not far from it. That's it. So and this is where the idea or stupidity of putting mobile phones in our pocket is considered as progress, as something worthwhile, as something interesting, because the idea for this myopic mind is just about self. It's about self. It's about how can we have such a youthful based population, and the best of the best thing within us are not things produced internally. That's a waste of youthfulness. That's a waste of energy, a waste of creativity, a total disaster as a whole. Those who have contributed to this should be ashamed of themselves, just to still be sure that I can still be heard. You know, I will. All
Yeah,
right,
yes, you
I
can
can
be
still,
hard, but
I can still be
I'm
heard.
basically I'm basically trying to do so many things on the back end, yeah, but I can hear you loud and clear. So please
All
proceed, yeah.
right, all right,
I'm trying to really get these gadgets charging now.
all right. Just
Maybe I should leave my camera open so that
yeah. So I have my second authentication confirmation here. So I would occasionally do that myself anyway. Right. So yeah. So in moving the conversation further, right, to say that in retrospect, that Nigerians would say that there are activists not playing a role towards the towards our common goods, our common progress. So the question would be, which of the activities did you make? Because if you do not make it, why do you think you have the power to control it? Which of the states did you make? Because if you do not make it, what gives you the effrontery to control it? And I think it's just pure stupidity, really, mixed with arrogance and ignorance, that Nigerians want to control things that they have never contributed towards. That's madness. That's the height of stupidity for me. And I know people do this a lot. You know, they try to control things they have never contributed into. They want to superimpose their status on something they have never influenced. No, no, no. Did you make this state, Nigerian people? Did you make the so-called your billionaires? You do not make them. You do not make them. So what kind of, where is that ignorance mixed with arrogance coming from, that you can suddenly control those you have not made? Your job is not to go influence or control something other than yourself. We have a responsibility to ourselves primarily. My job is not to look towards an idiot that his election is flawed with rigging, sponsored by international institutions, enforced and entrenched on me after he must have gone to Chatham House to present the plan and the CV why he needs to work for them. That's not my job. My job is to organize myself enough to get him out of office and to superimpose my own interest, to superimpose our own interest. We must, this attempt of trying to control what is not within our jurisdiction is crazy. Usually people say mind your business, but they choose to mind their business when they should not be minding their business, and they choose not to mind their business in things that has nothing to do with them. Nothing. absolutely nothing to do with them. When it comes to things that matters, like our politics, like our policies that governs and control our common affair, it is there that you will hear Nigerians say to themselves that they should mind their business. Coupled with institutions, crazy motherfucker institutions, Abrahamic religions, and the idiotic education they have received, telling them mind their business, as though you can operate a business within this climate without putting policies and politics involved, where your tariffs can be waived off you because you know a powerful politician. Do you know what it means when you both import, when two people both import the same goods but one did not pay tariffs, meaning one did not pay tax and the other pay tax? How dare you compete with such person? That is even if your goods were not tracked. That is if you were able to clear your products on time. So you hear such person say mind your mind, I am minding my business. Something is not thinking well. Now that you have minded your business, they have forced you out of the country. So we, when we are supposed to be minding what people do, yeah,
My question here would
yeah.
be: do you think Nigerians are lucky to have had in 1999 that APC will have offered excuse against GSM? That by now we will still be sending, if not for Savior OBJ. Why? And of course, do you agree with this? And if you disagree, why do you agree? Why do you disagree with this? Yeah.
This statement,
Do you think Nigeria were lucky to
no,
have OBJ in 9?
I've answered the idiot that posted the stuff now. I've answered. I started with the conversation from there that
Wow.
the
Okay.
the analysis of Nigerians are just selfish from individual point of view, from a very myopic point of view, to think that progress, national progress, means individual progress. That we want to measure the quality of our human development with cell phone being imported to Nigeria. That's not even madness. That's the peak of madness, where we have youth based generation that is technologically inclined. Just imagine that China today, the best of Chinese market today, are importing products from America to be sold only to Chinese people. Just imagine the calamity that that will cause on them. Just in our eyes here, China started mobile phones, techno. I had refused to use Chinese mobile phones 10, 15 years ago. Today, I am a proud carrier of techno mobile phone. Do you see the progression? Now imagine that Chinese today that could have that could have, in fact, all the top brands, all the technological brands have moved to China, that could create such level of development, human development, because it has to do with human development, capital development, that could have such a robust development, economical activity and engagement, coming to celebrate the importation of cell mobile phones. Is it not madness? But one idiot thinks that the progress we are talking about is that he could afford Samsung mobile phone or iPhone 17. An idiot. An idiot thinks that by carrying by carrying iPhone 17, it means progress. That is the least of the that's why it cannot even be a conversation. That's not a conversation in a country where We had it at a point had a thriving Aba market. At a point, Aba market could have gone into anything. At a point where even with lack of resources and lack of investment, Computer Village became something to be reasoned and to be looked at. Just in case people have forgotten, Bluetooth was not originally created for transfer of files. It was in African market that they adopted it for files transfer. Even though we didn't create it, but they taught them how to use Bluetooth. Bluetooth was for just communication, not necessarily for file transfer. So me, I will now come here and be saying that somebody went to import GSM is now progress as a national. That person is stupid, and the stupidity is from where, because they want to use what their masters have used. They want to use their local, just like everybody is proud carrier of iPhone, use iPhones in this country. They want to use what their masters have finished using. There is use, they want to use the used equipment, use the used product, everything used, their wigs used, their looks used. We are not interested in use. We are interested in the fact that Africa can create. If given the opportunity, African people can create. We can create all that we need. Luxury does not necessarily mean that it has to exclude. This is what luxury means for this idiot. This is what they call progress. That some persons being homeless validates their useless shelter that they have, that they could barely pay rent for. That's not the Africa that we know. That's not the Africa that the resources that we have can fund. I'm not happy with such level of mediocrity and myopicness of coming to what the see. If you shall take care or not, they give me that. I don't address her. I don't address. It was the first thing I addressed. I don't dey spend time on the myopicness of where she got the 18K from. Shows shows the caliber of
And now,
people in this country.
why for that, so there will be some new viewers that just come in that wouldn't have gotten your
Okay,
previous
okay.
take on it. That was why it
No,
was
no, no, no. I've
interesting
just
for us to read as well.
I don't spend time
If
on such level of ignorance
repetition
because I
in
dey
life,
go where I think I made the conversation, which is the job of the in the revolutionary class for the revolutionaries, that they one one group of people that could also serve as an enemy to the systemic change that we are demanding for. It's not just the class of the oppressors, but that there are class of the even amongst the oppressed that are not essentially interested in systemic change, even though they also have a juxtaposition, or they have tendency to want to say that they want change, they want things to get better for people, which might be genuine at some point, but eventually that their actions will show that what they are interested and vested about is not a systemic change. And we call this class the set of integrationists. Those ones have mastered their oppressors so much that they now desire the life of their oppressors. They do not essentially totally agree with the oppressors, but they do not also want the largesse of the oppressors to go without them also having a share of it. They want to be big man, and the idea of big man for them is what the idea of the big man for the oppressor is, which is to see millions of their people suffering. They might say that they do not want millions suffering, but they still want some part of the percentage of the population suffering, so that they can look up to them and they can become their god to them. They can become a god to them, so that people can begin to look. It shows in the prayers. It shows in this Abrahamic religion is a toxic stuff, very toxic. It shall be
Our
default.
people there, our people are saying Obasanjo is a visionary. We said, oh,
Yeah,
OBJ is over.
I have said it. I have said why they will say this.
Obasanjo spoke
Because
DSM liberalization
the
under
idea,
PDP truly revolutionized Nigeria telecommunication landscape and unleashed massive economic growth, proving that visionary leadership delivers progress. APC excuses would have held the nation till now.
so these are the
People
class.
still, and these are
No, these are
very
the class of
educated,
the educationists that we are
educated
talking about.
Nigerians who know exactly what they are saying. So
No,
why
no.
do you disagree with such brilliant? I'm wondering.
Says who defines what brilliance is? Because if their brilliance is to remove consciousness from them, and consciousness in this sense is that if their intellect is not to benefit all of their people, not some, all of their people, then that's not intellect. That's not a that's not intelligence that we should celebrate or we should acknowledge in any way, shape, or form. But we would acknowledge this because this madness and the stupidity that has trained us have showcased that it is normal for us to see vast majority of our people suffering, vast majority of our people in wallowing in hunger. Now, if GSM is translate to economical engagement and development for who? But these people, this idiot that went into SMS messages, because I know one of them that went into SMS messages and via the miraculous got a deal to be sending broadcasts for politicians. And then from there, he went into real estate. I will not mention his name, but for people who know him, they know him. He has even shared it himself openly before. That those ones will come and say that if not for GSM, that GSM has bettered his life. In what shape or form? In what shape or form? When we have people who could have made phones, who could have created the technology in itself. I just mentioned the same instance when Techno phone came into Nigeria, when all these Chinese phone came into Nigeria, nobody was willing to use them. In fact, they were almost not creating a high-end mobile phone. The phones they were creating were pèmí padà wọ́n ro mí, meaning multi-purpose, low-end phones, because it was almost like selling ice to person living in Eskimos to convince Nigeria of using Techno mobile phones or any other Chinese products. It was as difficult as that. But guess what? A nation that was visionary, that invested in their people and in the technology that they possess, continue building. Today, Techno, by every standard, is producing high-end mobile phones. by every standard. I got a phone in 2010,
Even
and
Hawaii, Hawaii Chinese company,
it's
and is producing even more
exactly
native phones than
it's
even the
the
iPhone
third best phone
big brand. Yeah.
at some point. Yes. So you want to tell me that now the madness is this. You want to tell me that me, I will now say to the Chinese, if they had end up like us in our case, where the only thing that was brought in is just to do commerce. At what point, shebi people, can you call these ones intelligent people? Shebi people learn the art of commerce, say there is supply and demand, that without supply there is no demand. Person wan create dumping ground for mobile phones, he create am successfully. You say na miracle say you get the dumping ground, you get the third end phone. How Nigerians dey behave dis way oo? Omo we are e so far, we so our thinking is so far. For you to acknowledge that somebody is visionary, he must have done what the Chinese did. The Chinese government
So
did
we,
for the Chinese
so we
people.
really need to have some moments of introspection,
You must,
especially those that really
because we have the
love
same
community.
population. I do not know any at all. I know about three persons that were trying to build mobile phones and actually made the mobile phone no support whatsoever, no structure, no system in place. And you want to tell me that an industry that we could have played in as a producer, we are playing in barely as a retailer, as a dumping site, waste bin. They are selling iPhone of 2012, 250,000, and you call that progress? What the fuck? Nigerians. See, if this is the best of our intelligences, no wonder we are here. We are here where we are too. No wonder we are here. It's not by shock that we are here, but we must wake up. We must desire to think well for ourselves. To think well for ourselves would imply that we do not think as an individual. Stop thinking as an individual. It makes you very minute and low level thinker. Selfishness dumb you. If you alienate yourself from your group and from your bunch, you just isolate. You have made yourself a target. When you do so, this is what they keep telling you to do. MTN, in their first year of operation or in 3 years of operation in Nigeria, said they have made more money than they were making in South Africa for almost a decade of operation. You think they are doing us an advantage for coming here? Do you know how much Nigeria were pay? Nigeria literally built the lack of infrastructure that MTN can even have today. Nigeria built it. Nigerians built it. Do you know how much SIM were costing? Ah, no. We, see, with it, well, and that is why they underfunded education really, is so that the idiot called Obasanjo can still be idealized. You see, and this is the point. This is the point I'm actually trying to make before. See, liberation chat. You can be seeing the chat, but let's not get distracted. I don't want to be distracted by the Nigerian chat. Let's move on. Let's move on. But you can be seeing the chat. Let's move on.
No, it is the reason why. See, one of our major mandates
Uh,
is to look through this. It is to really expose the inner workings of the Nigerian people, of their minds.
mm,
all right, and of course that would also um, allow us the the privilege of profiling the problem. Really, it will allow us to see the depth of our calibrate and have moments of reflection. Of course, if our best minds, all right, if our best minds are basically, you know, if they don't get it right, and of course they are still making error in their analysis of reality, then we are in big trouble. If our best minds, if those that can actually come online and come on Twitter, that happens to be a social media platform where intellectuals, let's face it, not be everybody wey dey for even social media dey come Twitter or perhaps X, because it is supposed to be a place where intellectual discussion is taking place. But when Nigerians who are considered the top in terms of intellectual analysis are still, playing the penalty over the bar, then somewhere, and of course these are the ones that constitute the grassroots. They are the ones that give comments in your communities and people listen to them. All right, these are the ones that would really form they are the opinion makers, they are the opinion shapers of our society, that will tell, everybody that, yeah, we should be thankful that OBSM liberalization in 2001 under PDP truly revolutionized Nigeria telecommunication system. They would not call out the fact that the same administration actually killed our indigenous, that should be really be tapping from this pool of resources. You can see, pool of resources that Airtel and MTN and all of these guys are tapping into. Airtel made how much? All right, over 1.1 billion dollars. All right, 1.1 billion dollars. Airtel, and not be only Airtel, many others. Globacom is there. There. Why can't Nigerians? Why can't they know, or telecommunication companies share in all of this? And of course, they will not highlight that it was during OBJ's time that, the telco that belongs to the people was actually liquidated. Basically, it was liquidated. All right, and of course, why our people are so much, still very much engrossed and in love with these, past politicians. And of course, if majority of the people are with these basics, they are satisfied with the minimum that the politician can offer, then we know that they are satisfied with mediocrity. Just have to offer the bare, even if you do it in a way that will hurt the, and you can imagine how much MTN has been making from Nigerians since over 20 years now. Is unfathomable. And of course, you now be wondering if actually this is actually Iran people by and large. We are still not yet having, well, we can make argument for Globacom, but Globacom also make argument that most of the top echelon, the technological guys in Globacom, they are basically expatriates, really. Of course, Globacom is also a private owned business. It's not government owned. Why can't governments have business in business? Why? What makes it a bad thing that business in business? Of course, of governments have a share or perhaps participate or even run a business and run it very effectively, such that, and of course manage and regulate all of this, all of the MTN and Airtel and all of these guys are just unhinged right now. They are going, they're just doing anything with their life. Just go and type on your search bar and take a look at, let's just write MTN or Airtel on your search bar and just type and see what they just are saying. Complaints every day. And who is answering for it? Nobody. Who is going to answer regulating them? Nigerians are basically at the mercy of these guys. And of course, our intellectuals, they are still one because they are doing this on one particular, you know, because the current people that are there now, the government, there's there seems not to respond to this whole election of votes. All right, and that is how they now come up with this excuse that, well, if it were to be the time of PDP, they would have allowed it. They wouldn't have given excuses. They would have allowed, what seems to be the next level kind of elect. But in real fact, what should be the agitation really is that regardless of any government in power, if we really want something, we should call and make it work, and we should not see privilege that they decide to do, because that is essentially what they are, to do what we want. Now, of course, they have already done it. They have said, yeah, they are approving the transmission of results from polling it. The only thing is that if the network is available, and of course, Nigerians are also pressuring that, yeah, they should make the network available, and there are means of making the network available. There are also infrastructure that is higher than the ones we have in Nigeria that can be put in every polling unit to make it available. As though APC are turning the deaf ear to the yearning of Nigerians. They are reverting back. They're not having nostalgia, all right, about the Obasanjo government. Ignoring the other, things that what Obasanjo did actually, impacted the economy for the negative in terms of the Nigerian as a project. It has really, really, see, MTN cannot believe their luck. All of these other guys, they are having a kill in terms of revenue that they are making from Nigeria. It's outrageous. And you have governments come, governments go. They all of them, they are just basically, they want Nigerians to believe that it is actually a step in the right direction, that our telco is saturated with private sector capitalists. All right, capitalists who are so ruthless, all right, in terms of how they deal or perhaps treat the Nigerian people. Well, it is what it is, but we just have to really, I don't think I will follow that your advice, Shion. Please stop looking at the Nigerian people. All right, no, they said if they can't fix the power sector, it would have been the same excuses. Where is Nine Mobile that Nigeria bought over? Did Nigeria really bought Nine Mobile? I think they just bought a part of it. And I don't think they are able to give us a breakdown of that, or perhaps the whole results of that investment. And of course, I think it is important to also sector. It was during the time of this previous person is praising this previous commenter. It was during his own time also that so they said they were going to invest $16 million, and money were appropriated to bring about stable, reliable power supply for the Nigerian people. But Nigerians did not see anything close, remotely close to cause we are still on it. Now gen I dey run like this, generator. I went to, from the money wey no reach me, I still have to go buy fuel for us to, because we have to charge our gadget. This laptop needs to be charged. If you get 100% now, within 1 hour it has dropped back to 20%. All right, so all of these things is as a result of the activities and the failure of this past leader. But it seems as people still want to see some of the, let me put it that way, people want to cherry pick the low kind of situation. And that is why one of our topic today talks about moment we have to really look at all of these moments of reflection. All right. Now, many Nigerians still believe that Nigerians will still be in if they were the Israelites Moses needed to free. That is a very strong argument, really, Elijah. And Egypt, to date, if they were the Israelites that dared to free. But well, um, how about the Israelites themselves, based on Bible narrative? What happened after they left Egypt? Did all of them, according to the Bible, narrative, did they get to the promised land? And of course, can you even say that they had freedom? That's another thing entirely. All right. Yes, ABJ remains one of our celebrated elder statesmen. Really, if we don't stop APC, they will hinder our progress. So and on and on and on and on and on. So this is just one of the posts that got my attention today, and I thought, well, we should look at it and have some moments of reflection. That someone who thinks this way, who has how many number of followers, that she has, she has, or he, I mean, either he or she. This person has 719,000 followers, and this particular post had many how many impressions? Over 18 people viewed this particular post. So it's very important that we highlight all of these things, and we also use as many as those that tuned into our live sessions. We are able to really bring them up to put matters in the right perspective, because there's so many rhetoric injected into the public. So many of this kind of rhetoric are being injected to the public, and of to really call it out. And there are others, marked quite a lot of them today. And of course, one of the things I brought that I bookmarked was the issue of that of, and of course, I'm going to do some reading, a lot of reading. All right, I'm going to be doing a lot of reading, and of course, a number of things. Um, you know, I'll be doing some of the readings, so everybody will get to know what. And of course, you can see through the inner workings of you know of the minds of celebrities. And I read, Obi Kubana posted this on his Instagram, and it says, if an Igbo man supporting Tinubu is a betrayer, what is a Yoruba man supporting Obi? We can only be Nigerians for us to Nigeria. Waiting your governor, way community, see, aligned with, now waiting on our one make common businessman like us to battle. Tinubu is 20 steps ahead. Can't you guys read the lines? How to fail again, all in the name of being tribalistic. For Tinubu to become president, he mentioned or motioned Buhari, a house man, and waited for 8 years before he could become president. Now him be that. Okay, now him be that Emilio Kwan wey Baba dey shout. Alright, move this thing up a little bit. Okay. Alright. Okay, Tinubu served. Leaving Tinubu to support any other candidate for this election is like not looking both before crossing road. Follow who know road. Stay with the person wey get structure, so that you sef fit tap in and plan for your own better future. We don fight, protest, yell, scream, even kpai ourselves. Alright? And nothing changed. We don't even do sit at home for years. Like this, the only option is for us to serve and get settled. Only time will tell. If you can't, you join them. Moon, it's better to be inside. Think I'm well. Join City Boy movement headquarters. Ha! If you cannot beat them, you join them. And this is someone that has huge followership. See, type chief or Cubana chief priest on any platform. Thousands of people are following Cubana chief priest, and is here giving us so much advice on the reason of. He's mentioning the reason why he has aligned himself to the city. Say as an Igbo man supporting Tinubu is a betrayal. What Obama supporting Obi? And of course, this is a very interesting question. It seems as though our people have a way of shifting. But the reason why we have to have moments of reflection, we shift goalposts. Is it that you want to play tribal politics? Now, one you choose. All right. When a Yoruba supporting Obi, that is commendable. That is comment. You praise that person. But when an Igbo man is supporting Tinubu, you call it betrayal. How are we going to make sense of this? Eh? How? All right. Because despite this being a logical argument, you are part of his submission. You now drift into. All right. You can only be named to partake in Nigeria. Waiting your governor will get immunities. They see they align. Now waiting on I want to make common businesses man like us to battle. Now this he is saying so far that align with APC agenda, waiting be businesses like us. That is businesses are not independent in Nigeria. To be a businessman in Nigeria to align. That is what this, he's a businessman. He says he has over 1,000 people working under him, and second guess that. And if someone that has 1,000 people working under him is afraid for his business, such that he need to align, and of course he's saying if you can you join them, then don't you is cause for introspection people that is in a bigger trouble than we really think. Commission, are we really in trouble? Or there's nothing is happening. There's no wahala. Don't you think we are in trouble? Don't you think we have to really, when the business elite society mentality? What do you think about this?
So,
Sure.
well, yeah, in the context of Nigerians, and that these are the business elites. But in my own context, these are not the business elites, right? That for we
Because
to have business,
as far as our reality, as far as our reality is concerned,
yes.
I think this is what we have to make do with.
No,
As
no,
far as our reality
and
is
that's
concerned,
where I'm actually going. I'm going with the metrics
so the people who have reality from
because you didn't make them. You see, so if we are saying elite are the are the middle class of any nation, in the context of it, the middle class of any nation are made by the patronage that they have gotten by vast majority of the people living it. So you could say that um, based on the interactions of service with a particular group of persons, that the people have entrusted them to play a part, to have entrusted them to be the face or the image of an environment. These are not people's entrusted businessmen. For instance, and this is why it's difficult because when you call them, when people say they are elite and they go against their will and their bids. How do they intend to boycott them? In what way would they boycott Obi Kubana to start with? In what way? Because they didn't make him. The see we and that is the job of revolutionary is not to play. My job is not to play with what is existing. Of course, from what is existing we can disagree and agree to say these are the elite. But I'm saying before what is existing, how the formation, because we address the root and the system. He didn't make these ones. There is no business or particular business that the people have trusted with Obi Kubana in making him. So if it goes against your wish, how do you intend to boycott him? How? Nigerians, how? How did you intend to boycott T-Pain? Even though constitutionally you can recall your representatives, we can recall our so-called misrepresenters or representers. We can recall them, but it is almost impossible in the definition of Nigerians to think that we can ask T-Pain to go without spending actual 4 years, and some persons are already assuming that 8 years must be completed. It is not in their definition because we didn't make them. You didn't vote for them, except you want to deceive yourself. Nigerians didn't vote for these people. That's why it's a lot harder to record them. If we build organizations and make our own leaders ourselves, it will be a lot easier to replace them. We will not be waiting for election cycle for us to still be dependent on their action of validating whether they will transmit an electoral result based on electronic or not. It will not be getting to that point because we would have organized enough to know that to record them, we can, the same way we have organized, we can reorganize to record them and remove them from office. So I'm not going to be addressing the system in which we did not make, because we didn't make this system. You didn't make any of the billionaires within it. Tell me one singular service or they offer, and I will tell you that they didn't become anything by offering vast majority of Nigerians such products. They didn't. And this is where our frustration will lie. When we keep, and this is where the best we can do is to complain. Because when we keep addressing things that we didn't make, they were never there for us. We go associate with them. It's the same way people are associating with Peter Obi right now. You didn't make Peter Obi. Peter Obi is already an established status quo politician that Nigerians want to force themselves upon. You didn't make him. How dare you control him? That's why they cannot control the gatherings he meets with and the people he goes to. Even those ones that you want him to fight, he's already telling you that these are my brothers because you didn't make him. But it is stupidity of the highest order, mixed with ignorance and arrogance, to think that you have a say where you have not committed effort and time into. And this is what they want us to relegate ourselves to. Is a level of stupidity. It takes dignity off us. That's why they want us to pass the exam without doing the work. They want us to bribe lecturers to pass the exam. They want us to escape the system without fixing it. No, I am saying that the class of the revolutionaries are saying, no, we must go the different route. You must do the tough job. Nigerians, you must embrace it, if not for anything, for the sake of your ego and your sanity. That how can a mad dog be going loose and can do anything and we are at the mercy of it. Don't you have the ego that how can you be at the mercy of somebody that you didn't make and you can do anyhow? But the best you can do is to rant. At the end of the day, you cannot do anything because you didn't make him. In fact, he made you his followers by throwing charity at you and doing giveaways. That's why Nigerians they no born them well to go and follow them. They know charity na the other way round. One fi charity pa wọn daily 5k. I beg for 2k sir. They have see 18,000 followers is cheap to get. Just 2,000 naira times 18,000. Just 2,000 naira. At 1,000 naira is 18 million. 1,000 naira. And you know that if you do give away of 1,000 naira, not be just one person go apply, beg to apply. So they can have. What is 18 million in a population of 250 million, where half of us can barely survive, talking about meeting with our daily needs because of how they have relegated our lives bankrupt. So numbers cannot be the validation of this idiot anymore because they buy the number. Nigerians, we must do the work, which is to build. We must do the tough work, which is to build. These are not Nigerian billionaires. Dangote is not a Nigerian billionaire. He's into exploitation and extraction. In case you don't know. And any dumb fool can exploit and extort his own people. But there are reasons why you don't have to have the
But really, what do you think is fueling people's followership for
giveaway.
this
I don't talk now.
So is as a result of the impoverished nature of the system that these guys have milked
that
from.
is happening in religion,
really.
that is happening in business, that's happening everywhere. Is who they deceive who? Why are Nigerians going to church or mosque? It's for giveaway. It's not that despite that, but in the process of it, they scam them. You see, they look for giveaway, but they still scam them. Why are people following a Milokon TP? It's for giveaway. But in the process of it, they still scam them. Because that's the idea. The idea is to collect from the person that thinks he has not. That which he has will be collected. That he thinks he thinks he doesn't have. That list that he has will be collected. That's the idea. The idea is never to create anything from the sky, from the thin air. The idea is to collect from you that think that you have nothing. That which you think is nothing will be collected from you. So it's the same concept. It's the giveaway concept. Why are people following the people they are following? Is giveaway. In fact, if you stay long on their spaces, they will be telling their so-called fan, you know, go do giveaway, you know, go give. Now transactional now. Confirm transactional. Those who are not looking for giveaway are looking for a way where they can institute group within the group, where they can also use it to cut away with money, with people's money. Whichever way you look at it, is giveaway. It's pyramid scheme where your pastor has a pastor and his pastor has a pastor and his pastor has a pastor. Pyramid scheme. Confirm giveaway. So the conversation within this institution cannot but be transactional. Let's not deceive ourselves. Even in relationship now, it's that porous. That is transactional. It is. So the interactions between the proofs are there. The proofs are on their social media. I know they follow them. I know they follow Any goddamn idiot. So, the people I follow are the people who are doing something towards ensuring that we enforce our dignity as human, because we should not be banking on giveaway for survival. I do not, I hold myself to that esteem to want to build a nation that would survive me or give me what is needed, at least to meet with my physiological needs without begging, without losing my dignity. Your celebrities and your pastors know who they do give away for them. That's why they don't listen to you. Your musicians, the so-called popular musicians, know where they get their funds, where the true actual fund comes from. That's why they don't sing about your struggle. What we need to do is to organize ourselves enough to now build around ourselves, around things that matters to us. It is then that we would not be at the mercy of the so-called enforced celebrities on us, because these are celebrities on us. How can you claim that someone represents you, but you have never had an interaction with that person before? How? How? You were not in part and parcel of the formation of the person. You did not in any way invest into the person. You did not in any way play any part in it. No, this is the not doing work, getting results of Abrahamic religion promise. And in the Afrocentric view, it is wrong. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ni iṣẹ́ ilẹ̀ wa, ẹni òṣìṣẹ́ ajẹ́bà tó tutù. The whole concept basing on the fact that we must do cause and reaction, cause and effect. We must act. We must take responsibility for our own lives. Nigeria cannot be better again, like they say. Nigeria cannot be better again when you listen to idiots like he has not made. Idiots like Obi Kubana, for instance, that he has not made, that he doesn't know the business that he does, but he says he's a billionaire. Can you imagine that people celebrated Hush Puppy for years in this country without knowing his actual source of income? They know his pretense. They will claim that they do not know. That one of the so-called lifestyle interviewers even went to interview him, and people deceive themselves in this country. Just imagine that Hush Puppy has not been arrested. That's how we'll be deceiving ourselves, thinking that we made Hush Puppy. Nigerians will be thinking that they made Hush Puppy. Do you know how many Hush Puppy already in this system? Hush Puppy in politics, Hush Puppy in business, Hush Puppy on the pulpit, in religion. So you are waiting for an American security outlet to come and tell us again what we already know. I'm not deceiving myself. I don't deceive myself. Nigerians should not be deceiving themselves. These are all lies. We should get to a point where we are not interested in deceiving ourselves any longer. And for us to get to that point is to begin to take responsibility. Is to begin to take responsibility. How do we think that we are making billionaires in this country without building infrastructures? That people can truly become a billionaire in this country without electricity? Is this a joke to us? Is to take responsibility. We want to make billionaires. We want a nation that makes billionaires. We need to take responsibility for the common development. How do we How do we think we can make billionaires with the shady educational system that we call institutions? How? How? We lack of facilities, lack of learning equipment. There is nothing that prepares us, our young ones, to real life issues. There is no course today, that a business admin who has gone to study business admin is looking for job. An agriculturist going out to look for job, and you say to me that that somebody says that they are in the food business, but the food business is not with the intention of meeting with millions of the people needs. It's not that we are reducing hunger, and you want to tell me that we have billionaires in farm. No, we have scammers portraying themselves as farmers. That is what we have. You want to tell me that people are making billions from farming, but people are still dying of hunger. Over 2,000 persons daily dies of hunger in this country. You want to tell me that people are making billions out of farming? Who are they servicing? You see this disconnection between responsibility and role and title or position. This connection only profits the system in which we live in, capitalist system and neo-colonialist state. That's what the system only profits, irresponsibility galore. That in the midst of wretchedness, an idiot look at his congregation and say that he's the richest pastor in the world, and people are clapping in the midst of wretchedness. He lives literally and practically in the midst of wretchedness. Lagos is already wretched, not to talk of where he is situated. In the midst of wretchedness, I was in the so-called paradise that he has built. I could not even eat in the cafeteria. This is a cafeteria that serves the so-called Covenant University. I could not eat. The odor was oozing. I could not eat. And this so there's no way we can disconnect the there's no way we can disconnect our reality, our institutions away from individual progress. It is the lie of those who are benefiting from our collective misruin that want to tell us that no, it doesn't matter. No, it matters. It matters. It matters that you service an industry and that there are equivalent capacity, human capacity developed within that industry for you to come out and say that you are a billionaire. So we didn't make these ones. There was never an investment in them. The educational institutions that we have, there is never a way that this educational institution is ever going to produce billionaires. Except we want to deceive ourselves. Like that irresponsible adults or parents that have neglected their role only to celebrate the wins, they call it the wins of their children, without playing any active role in it. No role at all. But religion justifies it, says it's grace. Grace here will kill you. It's that grace that they will use you to do so. So we need to get serious. We need to get serious. And to get serious, sorry. I'll probably end around here. So, and the need to get serious will be to ask ourselves in honest, pure truth, did we
We really
make
need to get
those
serious, and it's the reason why
difference in our
we
environment
need to
today?
have moments of reflection.
And if
Yeah.
we did
Okay.
not
Yeah.
make
Please
them,
proceed. Yeah.
don't we think
Just
that something else made them?
yeah.
And if something else is sponsoring them, made them, whose interest do we think they are going to be working for? And do we think they should work for on a normal day? So if Jagaban made these people, not by the virtue of merit, because we don't live in a merit system, we live in a big bureaucratic system, we live in a nepotistic system, we live in a system where all of us even share chant this. Na who you know, padi padi system. We live in a system that does not reward merit or functions, but that rewards who you know and who is your father and what you know, that excludes vast majority of people from access and opportunity. So when we need to ask ourselves, did we make this idiot? Politically, did we make him? If the answer is no, then why disturb yourself about whether you should hold your interest? Go and build with those that you could make. And that is what we are saying here. Go and organize with somebody on your street that you have met, that you have known. Let the person on your street that you have known, that have known the street, that have been tested and trusted within you. It can be a bricklayer, it can be a mechanic. Because it has been trusted, it's not superimposed on you. This one can now represent you. And when it does not represent you because you have built him, you have made him, when I mean built, you have built an organization, you can recall him back. You have done the job of organization. It's the same with business. Oh, someone is selling car, but it doesn't speak to the issues that concerns us. And another person is selling car, but this one speaks to the issues that concern us. Go and be buying from the one, organize yourself to buy from the one that speak about our issues. It could be anything, it could be music. Seun Kuti speak to issues that concern us, but you don't patronize him. Na the idiot wey no dey speak to the issues that you go and patronize. Why? Because of giveaway. I have told you, because of giveaway. Shey we no dey do giveaway. Because of giveaway you dey go. But if you build around Seun, e can speak to issues that concerns you or any other person that's just starting. Even go and test your see let the go and test that your followership that you think is the gist. Go and test it. Even though this system has a way to tell you, to show you magic, but go and test it on things that have your interest in mind. Go and test it, go and build it. And when such person default from that social agreement, then you can also act in your own civil disobedience and take away your own rights. It's the same way there is a state that have been hijacked by Emilokon. This state have been hijacked by the political class and the colonial masters that they work for. We need to organize ourselves politically to take back our own country and not hope that this idiot or one of the idiots being sponsored by the colonialists is ever going to serve our interests. If they go to Chatham House, if you do not have problem with them going to Chatham House, political conversation, you should not be having it. That somebody went to submit CV to serve you in Nigeria, in UK, and you do not have problem in that with that, and you say colonialism has ended. I don't have any political conversation to have with you, because he must first explain why he has to go to Chatham House to go and submit CV. To who and for what purpose? He must explain that. If he doesn't explain that clearly, we are not going forward. In fact, I don't even need the explanation because I know the answer to that question already. When was the last when have we ever had it in existence before and after that UK wanted to elect a prime minister? They came to Nigeria to come and discuss their plan with Nigerian people. Have you ever had it that America went to UK to go and discuss Donald Trump go to submit CV to the UK government, parliament, that this is my plan for my own country? But this madness happen and you think it's normal. So we need to organize. The reason why they are doing so is because they are funded, sponsored. These idiots are funded and sponsored. It's the same with NGOs. Some, majority of them, well sponsored. And how do you think an NGO well sponsored by foreign interests would not do the foreign interest bidding? We need to make our own. It's time for us to do the job. I would end here with this. Malcolm X, our great ancestor, said that the oppressors have not outnumbered us, the oppressed group. That the oppressors are not outnumbered. That the oppressed rather are not outnumbered by the oppressors, but that what the oppressors have mastered is that they have organized themselves. They have out-organized us, even though the number is so minute, but that provided they are organized, provided that, you see, when they need to call for their so-called boys that they have positioned to disguise for years, when there is need for them to come and do the job, the bidding of the masters, they will come without any strife, without any conflict, with ease, no issue. They will come and do the job because they have positioned them there. They made them. That's why they could answer city boys. It's not figurative. They are city boys. City boys are city boys. MC Solomon cannot drag that he's not a city boy because he's a city boy. But you are shocked at Obi Kubana to say that he's a city boy, because over time he has not called. There has never been the need for him to associate with his name, city boy. Now that there is need, call. So what? That's not where I'm going. That they are organized. You see, this level of organization that they have displayed is the same level of organization that the oppressed must do. But in our own case, we even have more numbers, meaning it will not just be one persons or two persons that we can make. We can make vast majority of our population that by the time we start putting our own resources where our interest lies. And that is where we need to start from, organizing with ourselves. Make a drop here. Back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Shiwa Ilara. And of course, that wonderful statement about, or perhaps that wonderful about being out organized. That the oppressed are numbered there, but they are out organized. That is a very powerful one, and I believe our audience have noted that. That for us to really be free, if breaking free is part of our agenda, because also argue that it seems as though breaking free seems not to be part of the agenda. Many Nigerians are still very much interested in remaining in the plantation. Quote that I have learned or I have heard, credited to Harry Topman, is I freed I would have freed 1,000 more. They were slaves, basically. Nigerians are saying to maintain status quo if they are satisfied with where they are. Every effort to really fast vibration or revolution be made will be actually be in vain, basically. To pull them out will be resisted, and that will take me to my next bookmarked tweet that I saw today, and it was credited to Mama P with a video attached to it. Said some passion and vision, but we can't even contest because politics in Nigeria has been made to look like it's only for the rich. There are many capable people who may not have money but are willing to serve the masses. This I find quite profound, and of course, it's a video. No play. I will have want a situation whereby the video play, but it's just been rolling. I have done all my best. I've even tried to video from a different platform, but no show. It's just been rolling since. But well, because in the video all right, that I would have loved us to listen to. All right, okay. I think it's playing now.
I'm not coming at you. It might seem a little difficult because you are my newfound friend, and I really wrong impression correct. What video get your point is match their energy for energy, but it is at the same
and of course, just for text to this, there's this guy called One, a popular in Nigeria, who has basically called out Mr. Peter Obi for playing the politics or not getting serious about playing politics in Nigeria. Tinubu is cornering everybody to himself with his campaign organization. What is Mr. Peter Obi doing? As a politician, Hope is not going to play that same game. We know they drop shishi. Kind of played in the last election. Hope is willing to spend money this time around. Hope is seeing how is throwing money in the air right now. That Hope Mr. Peter Obi also is willing to throw money in the air to boost his campaign. That this whole with granola sellers, and pricing granola is not really the politics that they would love to see. And of course, one is in fact, his history when he left or came into the Big Brother Nigeria, actually, but it was actually an housemate of Big Brother Nigeria, and that was when people now built his platform. From there, he has thousands of people following him also. And he's basically saying Mr. Peter Obi should wake up and really play the Nigerian kind of politics. All right, that the kind of politics of, saying that he's a integrity person, doesn't want to share money to anybody. That kind of politics is not it President Tinubu, according to him, really. And of course, it also had some certain perception of Peter Obi. Many people believe that Mr. Peter Obi doesn't drop money. He's not a All right, he is very frugal. Doesn't release money. All right, but this video will shed some light into whether or not B2B releases money, doesn't release money. Whether or not he seems to be releasing money to the people that is actually ones that people expect him to release money. That seems to be a kind of misrepresentation of the perception of Mr. All right. While other politicians might be throwing money to the grassroots, to the bloggers, all of this, and of course, firing on money across all cylinders. It seems as though they want to be not spending any money at all. He's just basically counting on his perceived integrity or perhaps character. All right, and popularizing him all this while. Mama P has some revelation for us. Let's take a listen.
No.
Is not anybody speaking among my speakers? Let me proceed then.
What APC is spending. Then the people should get look at what APC is. They are spending it through person. Say this. And if he does not have that money to spend, it's you need to get to the stage. Look at me. I should, but I can't because I don't.
Please, this particular part is very, very important. But at least I think the network is putting that particular part, and it is that you are looking at on the screen. All right, saying the passion and vision to lead, but we can't even contest because has been made to look like it's for the rich. All right, politics in Nigeria has been made to look like it's only for the rich. Is it has been made to look like, or politics for the rich by design? Because choice of language also does matter here. For many examples,
but what I will and you wish.
We are really at the mercy of network right now. So it seems how words are framed is also very, very much important. And of course, I will give the gist because I think I have watched that video before now, and it was what made me even bookmark it. Passion and vision to lead, but we can't test because politics has been made to look like it's only for the rich. Mama P is telling us that she would have contested though money because the Nigerian political system is basically meant for the rich. It's meant for the rich. And you'll not be wondering if the Nigerian political rich and is sidelining so-called good people. I think the common sense thing for good people to do is to detach from the politicians and the cool institution that only give a platform to the rich. I think that is a reasonable thing to do. But it seems as though Mama,
my comrade, I was going to ask you. I wanted to ask you: does Mama P is Mama P not aware that there is a party called AAC, and that we have people participating in the election in 2026? Is it that she doesn't know that? What does she mean by politics is expensive? You have carried yourself to where politics is expensive. That is it. You have carried yourself to where politics is expensive. You are gone and you are matched in what doesn't matter. You are gone and you are matched. There is an AAC here where you could have been in an AAC and you don't have to spend tooth and nail
to get a ticket to run for your location, for your locality, for your ward, for your people, for your community, you know, where they already know you, where you can continue this work of organizing. Are you not an organizer? Are you not part of the people that organize the protest in Abuja? Are you not an organizer? So you cannot take AAC tickets and organize with the people in your locality, you know, and begin to bring that revolutionary consciousness to them. You can't do that. You can't do that. You join Nigerians to feed this false narrative of politics in Nigeria is expensive. Politics in Nigeria, when you want to participate in the kind of Nigerian politics, when people will tell you that you don't know politics, that is the one that is expensive. If you want to participate in the one where you have to be buying city boys and city girls, that is the one that is expensive. If you want to participate in the one where you need to have 30 governors on your side, one illegal IGP, one national head, well, that is expensive politics. But if you want to participate in organizing with the people, it is not expensive politics. It is only hard work. That is it. And you are lazy. You don't want to do the work. Bam. That's it. It is only hard work. It is not expensive. Because people are doing it. Not one, not two, not three, not four, not five. People are doing it. In AAC today, we have at very least 6 candidates that are running across the nation. At the very least, I'm saying bad as bad. We have at least 6 candidates, plus our presidential. We even have the presidential candidate. Who you know, Mama P, you know our presidential candidate. But you have gone to a party where it is expensive. We are waiting to see. They will soon release the amount for form for presidential tickets in ADC. We'll see how much it is. So when they've already they are excluding you. These are the things that people choose to not recognize in the system. So what do you want to do, Mama P, now? Instead of you to start organizing to join now, what you tell me what you want to do? You want to make money first before you play politics? Is that it? Is that what you want to do next? You want to make money first before you play politics? So that you can participate in money politics? Is that politics? Is that the will of the people? Eh? So, as far as it stands right now, based on the statement she has made now, politics in Nigeria is not expensive. It is expensive for you. And, you know, depending on where you are standing, it will be expensive. But if you want to do real hard politics, it is hard work. It is hard work. And that is what you don't really want to do. You don't want to join an organization where there is ideology, where you have to submit yourself to the ideology, where you have to work with the people, where you cannot be a rogue agent, where you must listen, where you must be disciplined, where you must learn to join the rank and file. You don't want to be a part of that. You want to be a part of the elite. And that is why you can be a supporter of their party. That's why you can be a supporter of their party. And that is wrong. So, honestly, elections are not elite. I mean, elections are not expensive, rather. They're just.
So we are looking at a situation whereby she wants to be part of the system, wants to benefit from a system
Yes,
that
now she wants to participate in those type of election. She wants to participate in expensive election. That's what she's telling us here.
It seems to be condemning that particular.
Hello? Hi.
Yeah, I think we are back. I think the work time out.
For a second, I was so lost. I
Can
can hear you.
everybody
Can you
hear
hear
me
me?
now? Yeah. Now all of us now it.
Okay.
So can you hear me
So
now?
yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
So I was asked. We were basically analyzing as Mama P. Is in the system that she's condemning pretty much because that system only rewards the rich, and
She's in
of
the belly of the beast now.
is also highlighting that this is a big
She's in,
problem. But
she's
she
in the
seems to
belly
be
of the
like
beast.
they call him oxymoron, they call him paradox.
Na contradiction. She's contradicting herself. She's contradicting herself.
So it's neither an oxymoron, neither
It is
is
a
it a
contradiction.
paradox.
Because tell me how you can make sense of this. How can Mama P tell us we want better Nigeria? She says that
breath, we want a better Nigeria. And in another breath, she's saying we should show support for El Rufai, Atiku, Obi, Aregbesola, and so many others. It's a contradiction. If you want the best for Nigeria, that's like saying, okay, we are playing football. We are playing Barca versus Ronaldo versus Real Madrid. We are playing Barca versus Real Madrid. We are Real Madrid, but we will support Lamine Yamal. Do you understand that? You are going against a team, but you are supporting the strikers of the other team. Doesn't make any sense. It's contradiction. Then who do you really want to win? You are confused. You are confused. You are trying to bet. That's why you can't come out and be consistent on calling a thief a thief. Today, a thief's sins can be washed as white as snow. Selective criminalism. You have jumped from different parties. In LP, you went to meet a new set of oppressors. From LP, you are coming to ADC to meet another new set of oppressors. You are willing to fraternize with different set of oppressors. And you now say, I'm willing. I really want to listen to the rest of that video. I want to know where she's getting to with this conversation. It's expensive, so what? I need to know where she is going to get to with that statement she's making. Nigeria politics is expensive.
And of course, yeah. I also wanted to play it, but it seems as though it's a thing. You see that the thing is still a role.
Okay.
I don't know why it be like that. The thing is still very much, and I think she said quite a number of interesting things that I think we seem to but well.
To smear him. Now why? Now Google Q now. Labour of the Labour Party chairman. Then I don't want to call him a lizard. He's not just one for Labour Party. We need to get to the same. I should be contesting because I don't have, but do I have the wish to help the people? Yes, but because I'm poor, I cannot. It's not like that in other places. I saw an interview of the Labour Party chairman then. I don't want to call lizard saying Obi did not use one round for Labour Party. I just shook my head because they know he will not respond. Now go kill all of you now. Labour Party they didn't have 2 million. And Obi asks, you people need to take there's no single money. What do you need to do? We need a budget of 180 something million. Guess what? Send a check of 250 in case you need other thing. It's the same Labour Party.
I don't know if Nigeria only may catch that thing.
Brother, hold on. You say whether not only that can't know the fly pass. As he move, I catch out. You say 180 million beside 250 million. My guy. You go fear.
And this is someone that they said was really very stringent, very prudent.
Bro,
He
bro,
would not scrutinize any budget sent to him by a party that he wanted to take over. In
bro,
the right perspective, as at the time he came into the Labour Party, he won, or perhaps he wanted a ticket.
bro,
So he needed
bro.
as much leverage as
Let me
possible.
tell you something.
And
Now you have
and
just, if I
it seems as though what complaining of is actually doing it. But when others now do it in a larger scale than he does, and all his followers begin to shout and complain, including himself. But it's very much culpable of that same concept. Please continue here, please.
happy to have been able to win presidential ticket for LP. How you not
Really?
go win presidential ticket for LP? Just explain to me based on this. How Peter Obi don't win presidential ticket for LP?
Up until now, we did not know that this thing happened. No, nobody
But
knew.
you know that
That was why I said.
see, my comrade.
But we passed the whole thing. That,
The outcome. He just come. He just enter inside. And don't you have people there before? Don't you have people? For how somebody just stroll like don't pack everybody, so yeah, everybody come back. But it's understandable. That's why Mama P will tell you that Nigerian politics is expensive. Say she don't see money flow, money don't money don't pay for front. Someone they say they need 180, you cite 250 for convention. Then you for convention, just go and order the convention, go and make the convention happen first. That's the one. No. She never tell us other expenses. When we say Peter Obi don't tear. Then you can't see that. So for the next, you can't tell now say, okay, I want to participate in primaries. With who? With who? Who will open their mouth and come and tell you that sorry, I want to compete against you in the primaries that you in the convention that you organized. Convention that this is why it is hard for them. Listen, this is why it is hard for them to organize with the people. They are used to this money bag politicking. You don't understand that somebody can have 6 million votes and cannot project with his team in his base that he has spent over 250 million that we know of. He cannot say, okay, I will sit down here with these 6 million people and I will reach out to the rest of Nigerian people. Shebi, you are sterling. Shebi, you are righteous, as they say. Don't you believe in your righteousness? Shebi, you are the best thing after sliced bread. Do you not have a proposition for the people? Man, do you not have a proposition for the people? Do you not think that the people will love you? Do you not think that the people will agree with you? What are you scared of? Why can't you come and be with the people against these oppressors? 6 million people, you could not convert them to 12 million. Only. Maybe say, okay, one of you go and bring one more person. That's all. That's your job for 4 years. For 4 years, from the beginning of this thing, as the election finish, when I don't talk, say, we are not going to fight. We are going to leave them. Don't worry. My people, for the next 4 years, you have just one job. Bring one more person to the polling unit on the day of election. That is your job. Bam! Come with one more person. That is 12 million people. Peter Obi, you could not do that. You ran to another party to go and continue doing what? Money politics. Money politics. You could not build a structure.
And his followers that knows this, that the level of the heavy monetization constituted or made him emerge as the candidate in LP. The very same, followers that are shouting up and down that Obi or nothing, that the primaries in ADC
should not be monetized.
the fact that Obi monetized LP own, that one no count.
My brother, you know what thing they happen?
Others cannot their own.
You know what thing they happen?
The level of crazy and it's reflected peak. We need a lot of introspection in this country, we need to sit back and say, the level of hypocrisy in this
It's
country
heavy. It's heavy.
is so heavy, man.
My comrade, look at something. Look at something. I'll tell you for a fact that these people are underestimating Peter Obi. These people don't know Peter Obi. Oh. These Peter Obi supporters, they don't know Peter Obi. Peter Obi will talk saying one go day party with Atiku. You think say Peter Obi no get? You think that Peter Obi doesn't know how to play politics in Nigeria?
They want to assume that he was foolish to
And go to ADC.
leave help. That he had not made his own calculation inside his head.
You
What
think that
would be
Peter Obi doesn't
eventuality?
You think Peter Obi doesn't have the
He has not looked at the best case scenario.
you think
Before he take that choice, they want us to believe he had not done his calculation.
No, they want us. These people think that we are stupid now because when they are not thinking, so they think other people are not thinking too. They are not thinking with their brain, so they assume that other people are not thinking as well. Peter Obi carried himself to think say Peter Obi no say na money go then go use to scatter ADC. You think Peter Obi is not aware that if he's coming to ADC, he must be coming with some change in his pocket? You think he doesn't know? You think it's you that will tell Peter Obi how to spend money during the election? This is someone that has been a governor in Nigeria. This is someone that has been a governor in Nigeria. This is someone that has offshore accounts. So
I don't comprehend that somebody can take out 250 million, right, from his personal money, dump it into a party just for convention only. That is different from the amount where you buy convention for.
That's different from campaign
That
funds.
is not. That is, and of course, according to the account where they give us, it said Mr. Peter Obi donated 7 million. Or something around that realm. The money where in donate, he passed the amount where the general public
bring together.
Donated. General public donated the amounts of 300. He donated 700 million into his own campaign, and of course, they dedicated part of that money. Man, people don't know that scale of, and of course, this is the one that they said that he actually was the governor of for 8 years, and he had nothing, or perhaps the money of the state did not somehow find its way into his pocket. It was clean.
My comrade, I can tell you one of the sponsors for Peter Obi's election.
People will say it is a made believe, and people are so strongly against that. It was clean.
I strongly believe that there's a possibility that Next is the business owned by Peter Obi's family. Yeah. So when you have a company like Next that belongs to Peter Obi's family, invested in the business that it carries state funds to fund in his state, there's no reason why people like that will not have 700 million to pull out of their hat easily now. Do we not know that? Have we not heard about the Panama Papers? Have we not seen how he brought a brewery into the state, and then his family went and bought shares in that same company? So they are making money. That's how I tried to explain this thing to somebody the other day. The person could not understand how that is wrong. The person could not understand how it is wrong. That Peter Obi's family can buy shares in a company that he brought into the state and invested state funds into. The person could not wrap their head around why it is wrong. That tells you how fried our mindset is in Nigeria, that we don't even see wrong from right anymore. The person say, I'll do the same thing now. I say, exactly, that is the problem. The person say, but I'll do this. I say, exactly, that's exactly right. There is the problem. Is Peter Obi's family the only family in Anambra? Why did other families not go and buy shares inside? Why did all of them not go and benefit from it? Only your family benefit from it. Only your family is making millions from that company. You now want to run an election, you are telling me that you brought 250 million out. How will you not be able to bring 250 million out? How will you not be able to bring 250 million out?
But my own worry with many of this ad Obi is that when Mr. Obi do all of this, they ignore it. But when other politicians upscale and do it in a larger
In
scale,
a
then
larger
it
scale, they
becomes a
become very angry. They say they are cheating.
so if Atiku does the exact same Peter Obi did in LP now, Atiku is even showing them that he's going to do then it becomes a problem. And that is why I have issues. That's why I really think people need so much interest in terms of reviewing bias or perhaps the
My
political
bro,
stand that they have
my brother,
for their
my
candidate
brother,
really. And the fact that Emilokon is doing the exact same thing.
it's not. They should
Emilokon
not.
is basically
They should not be
so do they
angry.
have to condemn Emilokon from doing whatever
They
he's
should
doing
not be
really?
angry. They should not be angry. It's part of the. It is. This is the money politics that you want.
Toby can do it, others cannot do it really.
The money politics that you want is what you will get. You think you can outspend Emiloko with central bank money? You think you can outspend Emiloko? You are a joker. You are a joker. Do you know? Do you remember? It was rumored that during the last election, when Emiloko did not have access to money, Tony Lumelu opened up his vault for him. That is to say, even if Tinubu does not have the cash at hand, there are people who are willing to lend him the money to go and win the election. And they are willing to lend him any amount he asks for, blank check. That is to say, is working with the central bank funds from all his rich friends, working with funds from international relations, the Shagori them. And you want to play money bag politics with Tinubu? After he has also appointed the INEC chairman and the Inspector General of Police? The Nigerians have no idea where they are seated at. They have no idea. They don't understand the game and that is happening. You know, I think at the end of the day, a lot of them are just looking for how they will get one or two things from inside. Maybe person go get contracts to sow election, election cap. That one you go get like maybe some 20 million from the election for campaign funds. Maybe this one now go so election trouser, ADC campaign trouser, ADC campaign banner. That maybe those are the things that Nigerians are looking for. Hey, I'll get more. Let me go do coordinator for Edo State, and I go contribute money from my hand. I go use them take do campaign cloth for everybody, 10,000 per shirt. Now those kind of contracts people they find this election period. Now why they jump from? Because if you think that you can outspend Tinubu, you are not a logical person. You're a very delusional person. And instead of us to be thinking of how to scatter the entire game, we did hear the talk say they compete on who spend pass. Don't worry now, we'll find out. We'll find out who spend pass, like on it. You don't come on the video.
Yeah, I bring it up because I wanted to really particular video that went into a video where Mr. Peter Obi is seen to be incentivizing a groundnut seller really to really vote for the party. And I think there's no better if I explain we feel no understand unless we see the whole thing play out
in action
as they played out in action. But I'm trying to look for that video now, but I'm not seeing it really. But I was once I see it, I'm going to play it. It's a video that I like. They were campaigning.
Yeah.
I think I don't see them. This is like a picture. All right.
Okay.
This of it. But I'm really looking for the video,
Oh, okay, okay. Find them now. I,
right?
I, I want to. I
That
want to. Mm-hmm.
yeah. So after he came to the woman and said, "How much is granite?" The woman says, "The this of granite. Usually, this is bottle of granite in currently is within the 3,005
Mm-hmm.
thereabout. Maximum 3,005.
Mm-hmm.
The granite is 7,000 naira." And
Ah.
Mr. Peter said, how about discount?" The woman said, "Na 7,000 naira," but he said, no problem. He asked for from his associates that were with him, and they brought 10K and he gave it to the woman. After giving the woman the money, the next thing that Mr. Peter Obi did was to bring out a flyer of the campaign. I believe this was one of the Abuja election that is going to happen. Because there's this popular Mr. Peter Obi's aide, Dr. Mo, that is actually for the of a chairman under ADC. So everybody to be an article, all of them they call Dr. Mo in a so I believe that was where they got this footage from. So
Mm-hmm.
after giving the woman the 10K, he tell the woman, "Say you go vote for our party." So many people are saying that, does that really constitute vote buying or not? And I would like to know just video based on my explanation.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this constitutes vote buying or not? Is this
I promise.
technical? Can we call this technically vote
I
buying?
want you to do something for me.
Yeah.
You're on your laptop now. Can you open Google?
And yeah, why not?
Open Google and search for vote buying, and then click on images, and then click on images.
I know where this is going.
Search for vote buying, and then click on images.
Hmm.
Have you done that?
How to do
Okay, no
that?
problem.
Just
No
1
problem.
minute.
No problem. Take your time. No rush. No rush.
I have to really.
No
Yeah,
problem.
looking for one particular video before,
Okay.
so I have to just quickly alt that one. Okay, I'm coming now. I think this should be. Let me use Google
Gulu. Just Google vote
because
buying.
and of course I would have to clear aspect also. Okay, the African wildlife. I will have to share this screen also. Adding the new Google search. So that everybody will be seeing what I'm saying.
Can you focus it? Can you focus that screen?
Yeah, I won't bring up to the. Okay, yeah.
This is why this is the people's radio. Transparency, full transparency.
Absolutely. So yeah. So vote buying.
Vote buying. Yeah. Just search for vote buying.
I believe you are seeing what I'm saying.
I can't really see it. The screen is stuck. All I can see is Google.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me widen it a little bit so that I think is a little bit better. Wow, I think the thing is still loading. I have already enlarged it from this side.
I don't know. It's so can't even see anything.
Not not not
Okay,
not
let me.
not network. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think he has left really, but well, let me try to really enlarge this. Thank you. You're welcome at the African Wahala.
Thank you so much,
You're
comrade.
welcome
Thank you.
to you. But I believe you have heard quite a great deal what we have been discussing for the past at least an hour, or perhaps we have spent 3 hours discussing this whole thing about having moments of reflection in Nigeria, and we have to do. All right, so much reflection to do in Nigeria.
Yeah,
All
no.
right,
So
and
I'm gonna
yeah,
say I we have so much to reflect on, but I haven't. I just joined the show. I haven't heard what the conversation was about.
okay. I would, and it all the whole thing started from recent developments, and of course, one of the recent development is that Mama P, one of the most popular
Yeah, I know Mama P.
followers of Mr. Peter Obi, yeah, she came out to read this particular. I'm going to put on. I'll maximize it now. So
Comrade, I'm back. Oh, my network was just terrible. Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Anyway,
Can you hear?
maybe you cannot find that vote buying thing. Let's skip that. But basically, vote buying is
But
when.
the network is a little bit slow. The network
Okay.
is a little bit slow, and I'm just trying to play catch up, really. But well,
Okay.
I'm trying to brief the African Wahala. Aha. So this is the when you also see what I'm saying. And let me try and enlarge it so it becomes a little bit readable. So I'm trying to we have said a lot of things, but this is the current stage where would they be this. Mama P complaining about that some of us have the passion and vision to lead. We can't even context because politics in Nigeria has been made like it's only for the rich. Meanwhile, there are many capable, but are willing to truly serve the masses. And let me see whether or not video so that you can hear from the horse's
wish
mouth.
to
Really.
help the people, yes, but because good morning, trenches, good morning, everyone. I'm not coming. This video might seem a little difficult. You are my newfound friend, and I really do. Wrong impressions must be corrected. I watched your video. Your point is match energy for energy. The impression I want what you said at the start when you said I want your federal are spending, not APC is spending. I need you to just get it clear. Look at what APC is spending. If they are spending it, say it as it is. The money to spend, it's okay. We get to the stage. Look at me. I should be content because I don't have the money to spend. I have the will and the wish to help the people. Yes, but because I'm poor, I cannot. It's not like that in other places. I saw an interview of the Labour Party saying Obi did not use 1 naira for Labour Party. I shook my head. Because they know you don't respond. They try to side. Now Google kill all of you now. Labour Party Obi met it without having, they didn't have 2 million naira. And Obi asked, you people need to do convention. They say there's no single money. You need to do convention, your budget. They brought the budget of 180 million. Guess what? Obi signed a check of 250. That thing. It's the same Labour Party chairman that came out to say Obi did not buy form. Obi for Labour Party. Respect ourselves. If he has the money, and we appreciate it. If he does not have the money to spend, we still appreciate him. We vote for him.
Yeah, I think you've gotten the old G. I think network is trying to build there.
Like you tagging content creator, you like
Let me try to pause it. Before now, it is not public knowledge that, because most sold impression about Mr. Peter Bida is very, very prudent. Everything that he has done, he did out of merit. It is merit. They sold us the idea that he became governor by merit. It was because it was actually the best of the best became governor. It turns out that is not really. They have also sold us the idea that coming to Labour Party, he went through all of the due process, right? But it turns out that they are to us that in actual fact there is a vision that we have always put out that something is fishy. How can you just come in and all of a sudden you become presidential overnight? Relegating others that were supposed to with you to relegate them. Really, you give them you handicapped them. Even litigation to that effect that what man is involved in something. Waiting poor man won't take due for court. They would really push, right? And of course, he emerged as a presidential candidate after spending. We never knew that he actually gave the Labour Party 250 million to hold their convention, and this is not plus the amount he used in buying the forms. As we understand, it was around 50 million as at the time, so a million that he carved out from his own. He gave Labour Party him the candidate. But now, looking fast forward to now, he has now moved to ADC. This same also, aside from the thing that she has also highlighted that politics in Nigeria is for rich people like who has the the vibe, the intention, the motive, the interest of the Nigerian people at heart, not able to really contest, don't have the money, and it seems as though she's really complaining about a terrible defect that only favors rich people, which should not be. Contesting for office, representing your people should not be hinged on how much money. It should be hinged on the fact people have seen your track record and they are willing to your candidacy, and you don't even have to bribe them or perhaps bribe the system for you to emerge and serve your people. But on the other hand, she's also monetization, all right, of the system in ADC. And of course, the political terrain in general seems to only favor, and people are saying that is okay. It seems as though you are not aware that other parties that wouldn't take much money, they exist, and perhaps you can run under those platforms and also use ability. This the fact that your people like, they want you to represent them, you're popular among your people, they can vouch for you that you can represent them, and that to many people is more than money. It's actually more than just how much you have to spend. It's giving us that excuse that in Nigeria you have to have money, and of course she's used to really back Mr. Peter. That is not as though he doesn't spend. There are so much people that are trying to make him look bad, as though he's not spending money at all. He doesn't give out shishi. So we don't know exactly shifting this goalpost. They keep shifting the goalpost, and when Atiku now want to everything that Mr. Peter Obi did in LP, it becomes a problem. When Mr. Peter Obi did it in LP, to cite fair game to them, but when Atiku want to do the same thing in the ADC, the problem. So this old goalpost It's something that we are trying to really passing the mic to you.
Well. I feel like the obedience. In fact, I'm not going to generalize. Let me speak about Mama P. Personally, I like her. Personally, because me, I'm able to like people even if I disagree with some of their ideology. I won't completely throw you out unless you're someone that is horrible. And I feel like Mama P, she's someone that genuinely wants punishment. I don't know if she I don't know exactly what her mind is, but I feel like she wants punishment for these guys that have been, ruining Nigeria. The bad guys that have been ruining Nigeria. I see Mama P as someone that wants them to be punished. That's it. And that's where her campaign comes from. And I'll be honest, me too. I have some of that in me. Part of the reasons why I became a revolutionary. Part of the see, it's not the entire reason, but part of it for me is I want these guys to be punished. I don't care if they are 90 years old. If someone like me gets in power, Babangida is going down immediately. I'm going for Babangida and Obasanjo. I don't care if you're 92. You are going to go and face the courts for the issues that you caused, your contribution towards destroying this country. You will face justice. That's my own personal psychology. Talk less of younger people like Yaya Bello. Come on. So I can see that me and Mama P have some things in similar. But as far as our political ideology, we are completely different because she wants a Peter Obi. I don't want a Peter Obi. The reason why she wants a Peter Obi, now I'm going to say what they have been saying. They said Obi did a great job when he was the governor of Anambra State. Obi left money in the coffers of the Anambra government, and Obi improved the education standard in Anambra State. Those are the only things that he did, according to them. Those three things that they claim that he did, he didn't steal money, but he saved money. It's useless because Anambra people, during the time of Obi's governorship and after, they are poverty stricken like the rest of us in Nigeria. Number two, they claim that he improved the educational system. Well, there is nothing spectacular about Anambra State. While he was in government and after he left government, Anambra State is trash. Just like my state, Ogun State. Ogun State is trash. Anambra is garbage. Ogun State is garbage. So I'm not going to put Obi on a pedestal. He hasn't done nothing. It's like you telling me to give Amosun or Benga Daniels credit because while they were in governorship, they created Ogroma, a Ogun State company that was building roads and some infrastructure. At the end of the day, where is Ogroma today? Where are the roads that they built? I'm not giving them credit. They are thieves. How are you a governor or a leader for 8 years? You claim you've contributed to the development of the society. At the end of the day, the society is still a mess. The people are still hopeless and poor, but you are a billionaire. And it's always consistent. Every single one of these guys that get into power, they end up as billionaires. We end up in a messed up society. So I give them no leeway. I give them no benefit of doubt. If you have been in power before, sorry, we don't want to see you. Even if there is no corruption allegation against you, because that's what they claim about Saint Obi, that there is no corruption against Obi. That's not enough. We need more than that. In fact, Nigeria is so destroyed at this current point in time that you bringing not being corrupt is not enough to change the trajectory. No, that's not enough. There are many guys that were not corrupt. They got into power, but they had to conform into corruption. Maybe you did yours in a way that wasn't really discovered. However, we still have some discoveries. After all, your name came out in Pandora Papers. Why did you have your money lodged in foreign bank accounts in countries that are tax havens? Why was your name in the Pandora Papers? It's because you are dirty. But you see, the Nigerians, unfortunately, they worship people like you, Mr. Obi, because you have money. And Nigerians are clout chasers. And this takes me back to Mama P. What she is complaining about, if people don't have money, they can't participate in elections. We all know it's true. But she is a contribution to what she's complaining about. She's contributing to that. That culture that she's complaining about, she is contributing to it. Why am I saying that? When Shore went there to protest, in a protest that is not even going to be favorable for Shore, but if the protest is successful, ADC, a corrupt coalition of APC and PDP politicians, they are the ones that would benefit from it. Because assuming their protest is successful and millions of these people, they go out there and they put their vote again for ADC and the election rigging is minimal, then it's going to be beneficial for ADC, not for Shore. But Shore still went there to join that protest because he understands that it's the right thing to do. Whenever people are pushing against injustice, it's still the right thing to do to support them. So he went there to show solidarity, even though those people that were protesting, most of them, it's not like they don't like Shore, they like Shore, but they are clout chasers. So they would rather select an Obi because Obi is rich. He has rich friends. His godfathers are rich. Atiku is rich. One of his godfathers, Atiku. Obasanjo, another godfather, rich. His associate, El Rufai, rich. David Mark, Aregbesola, rich. Aregbesola is a billionaire. But when he was the governor, he ran down the state to penury. Now he is a billionaire, but the state is still in penury. You see where the problem is? So when Mama P is talking about, man, Nigerians, they've disenfranchised us from being able to contest in elections, that's a lie. You haven't done your research, Mama P. And no disrespect to you. But at the end of the day, I know say you, if you see this kind of video, you go first para. If you first say, now I'm going to go kill you. So for that reason, make me self curse you in advance. Mama P, now lie you lie for there. Because there is a party, AAC, that you don't need to be a billionaire before you can contest. AAC has people that have contested in governorship, LGA elections, and they didn't have billions before they got there. Now, because you are a clout chaser, and I understand, and I'm trying to word this in a way that is not too disrespectful. Because you have a culture of clout chasing, including you, Mama P, you know that AAC exists. You feel like AAC, maybe they don't stand a chance in winning because AAC is not as popular. So you would rather go and join the same people that have contributed to the destruction of this country because they are popular. And then you come back and you complain to us that, no, you see, you need to become a billionaire before you can contest in an election. But you are the one contributing to it. If you truly want to stand for something, regardless of the potential end result, as far as it's something that aligns with your principles and your morality, then you should completely turn your back against El Rufai. You should completely turn your back against Aregbesola and David Mark. You wouldn't say, oh, because I like Saint Obi and Obi has decided to merge with these APC criminals, then I have to support Obi and the APC criminal. Then you are contradicting yourself and you're being a hypocrite. And this is the same message for the rest of these obedience. You guys are actually hypocrites. If you're not a hypocrite, there is no reason why you are now supporting El Rufai. The same El Rufai that just 6 months, I don't understand how you guys think, bro. This shit is mind-blowing. El Rufai, less than a year ago, was dissing your Saint Obi. It was calling Obi, Obi, he doesn't know how to play politics. Because then El Rufai was in APC. When he was in APC, he was talking down on your Saint Obi. All of a sudden, we see Saint Obi and El Rufai holding hands. And you guys are like, that's Nigerian politics, that's Nigerian. So let's assume that they win. When they win, assuming that they win, who is going to be in power? Is it not going to be your Saint Obi and the same El Rufai? So now Your Sentobi is the president, let's assume. Your El Rufai is the chief of army staff, or is the minister of power, or something ridiculous like that. Are they not the same people that you've been running away from? So you're running back to them to save you. Your hypocrisy, your culture of clout chasing is fueling your hypocrisy, and it's making you not be reasonable. If you end up being successful under Sentobi and this criminal ADC that is made up of PDP and APC, you are going back to APC. And that's my submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. And of course, if you are to look at our topic, is the reason why we call it moment of reflection. It's a moment of, this is not aimed at denigrating or just trying to be cocky at people to play saints that we there now. Now we will be the yardstick of uprightness for Nigerians. No reflection for all of us to really see and say, well, we have not really done well enough, condemned in the past, or what we are currently condemning is exactly what we are doing, and we need to calibrate our steps back a little bit, because it seems to add up. When we are complaining about money politics, we are the very ones that in places where big man or perhaps money politics is the order of the day. Then it's contradictory, really contradictory. You know, if we want to play a politics that is purely on character, integrity, let's play it true and true. Let us advocate for it true and. But this fleeting and bag somehow thing in area picking what favors or what suits us is making us look really feel for these guys, all right, the obedient brothers and sisters. I genuinely feel for, because the zigzagging of the principle is not very easy thing to do. It's a very hard thing to do, because at the slightest scrutiny, your what you are trying to sell shatters. Because if you are trying to say that money is a problem, and now you come out, tell us now, say Mr. Peter give LP 250 million naira. That is, they brought a budget of 80 million. But he actually sent million, that is 70 million excess. How does it help the rhetoric of Mr. Peter Obi being a prudent person, or perhaps if the party were to bring a budget 80, a prudent person would say, well, let's call this down, let's manage losses. All right, can we have a very modest that would not be as much as that? Can we into half, like 90 million? All right, that is really matched or with the character that we have been sold, that Mr. Peter Obi is all about. Area father was the other time that he visited Mr. Peter Obi, he brought out Ghana must go. That is the kind of rhetoric that people have been selling, including have been selling about Mr. Peter Obi. But now that the City Boy movement, they are now balling, they are basically spending money, and people think what they do, you are being cornered. People have to win top dogs to themselves. What are you now? That is not time that people will not jump in front of the camera to now review to us level of spend on in excess to get the of LP. So it seems as some level of of hypocrisy. There's a shade of hypocrisy there, because up until now, you guys did not tell us this. So some of us were suspecting that something. How can you enter a party and overnight you raided all the other people that were there, and there was even no any record of saying that we unanimously gave you the ticket. Basically seized the party, you cornered yourself, you spent heavily, and of course I would really like to see 180 million or perhaps 250 million worth of convention that they really rented the stadium. And even if they rented the stadium, easily not too bloated of a budget, going by the kind of trajectory that they said he had, all right, at a time, which would also put us in question that true. All of the things that they are saying about him when he was a governor, is he actually true? Or some sort of a narrative that they. So all of these things are something that calls for introspection, and that is exactly the reason why we have come up with that topic. Have all of these principles of assault here and there, and I think we have to really relax and take a moment to reflect. So let's pass this. So as I believe you're ready to speak, and a part of the conversation I've jumped at you, look at it in some interesting perspective. Let's pass the mic to you. You're welcome once again.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, very audible, Doc.
Okay, because at the time I thought maybe maybe Lamino normal like that. Because when I saw the video, I heard 250 million. What? I go comment section. I honestly, I swear, I dey expect to see 250 million for convention. I don't see any comment like that. I just screw this. I say, what's going on? When I can't join this this thing for YouTube, when I joined the broadcast for YouTube, I could hear takes. I hear commercial. I hear Adege. I don't hear the 250 million. I could say what's going on? Is it that it's normal to spend for one man? Spend the season money. Let me the receipt. See, Peter Obi is the real spendy. More.
That is some big watches there. It's a big watch.
That's quarter of a million, of a billion naira, quarter on just what is it called? Convention.
It's different from the money we donating to your own campaign. That one is different.
See,
that one is on the side.
See, see, they bring budget of 180. 250. Look, 180, 250. Look the difference.
Maybe not take 250. That 180, people should take excess of just like that for a prudent.
For convention, one day. No convention is 1 day for a 1 day person.
Yes. It's a 1 day event.
Yes. So, and this same is supporters will complain that Atiku is dollarizing primaries. Okay, imagine if he spends that amount for convention. No, how do you see? I have to be an idiot to believe that he did not give people money like before to sort them out, to make sure that he's unopposed, that nobody. That is just Abure take. Go and conduct convention. People must have also been sorted out, right? And this we for not yet see. We for not yet. If we hear this, it's as our reporters post this stuff, for say Shore don't come again. Shore just dey lie. This man when they say he dey wear only one shoe, he only one wristwatch. Now go spend 250 million. The only place where Peter Obi spends his money is to donate scholarship. That is the only place. Only nurses now they shop Peter Obi money. I don't hear that entire. Only nursing students that they shop Peter Obi money. But Abure 250. take. Yeah. Money na water, take. Right? And it's coming from Mama P. And maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know what pushed her to say what she said. And this na the one where she know. If you meet some other people inside, they fit tell you say even pass that 250 million. And then you get my point. If you say, okay, take this for the convention, extra good day. So sometimes when I look at it, okay, that's for one day event. Then he spent 800 million for his campaign. Look at those two things. You spent 250 million for a single day event. Then you claim to spend 800 million for the entire campaign. It doesn't follow now. It doesn't follow. Right? But regardless, look at it now. You understand more why why the wave was as it was. Because there is the tribal part of that wave. There is the money part of that wave. Money, see, they pump money into that campaign. Like, right? Then there's those who genuinely feel like, it's popular, marginalization, they just go with them. He talks sweet. Then there's the Christianity wave. So it's no longer a surprise why it was the way it is. But they try to downplay that money aspect. That, there was no money spending. It's like this. The campaign was this. Right? It's becoming more obvious now. Right? And it's what we keep telling people, that you cannot outspend. Okay, you've spent so much now. Can you outspend Tinubu who is already, is already rich? He now has national watches. Can you outspend these guys?
You are even going too far. Can you outspend Atiku Abubakar?
Okay.
That is, and of course, you now be able to ask that he have it in his back of his mind when he was joining ADC, having been a big spender himself. That how he does not have it in mind that there will be something going that was going to happen in ADC, and of course, if he had it at the back of his mind, while his supporters complaining online that they don't want the dollarized primary, I'll be on nothing, I'll be on. So the whole thing is sounding like a bunch of confusion that is injected to the system for some certain purposes, and it is that purpose that we want to reveal today. And of course, come up with a topic of moment of reflection. Yeah, please continue. Please proceed.
Exactly. And you see, Peter Obi does not deceive himself. He knows what he's doing. It's his supporters who are trying to paint him as somebody who is not. Right? Peter Obi spends money when his interest is at stake. He spends like he doesn't hesitate. He spends for his interest. Right? And he has shown it. This one is...
this is based on full data. Even coming from Mapi himself, we can verify that he's a big spender. When anything that is favoring him spend, it's not as though he has a problem with spending. Yeah.
Look at him now coming out to also protest when his image is at stake. He will do these things. Some people say, he cannot protest. He doesn't spend money. He will not spend it for your interest. He will not protest for your interest, but he will do these things for his own interest. So it's not surprising if somebody can spend this amount of money in convention. Say, what is his name? Charlie Boy will come and say they give her cola nuts. They're too the bobos, but they're too the bobos. Even the Tunde head nuts, all of them, the money will go down. But even beyond that, now, and that's why Peter Obi, they complain again. The obedience they complain.
The whole money that to the social media influencing, just heard a little bit of it.
What?
The whole thing still coming. We will see here more in the future when Mr. Peter Obi is not usable again. Maybe perhaps all of the real figures will drop because we, declared from the social media influencer community, but because they know it will ruin some of the things if they still stand something to gain. Yes, or Mr. Peter Obi, imagine. So They don't want to reveal that one for us. Now the one we know now we know. So please proceed here.
See, you know how this thing why I just dey shake my head. You see, even with all these warships, with all this money, none of them fit create their own party. None of them say, okay, you see these funds, you get the funds, you get the people. Just okay, create your own party. Baban still no gree. Because creating a party will now benefit him and also his supporters who will join the party. This complaint Mama P is complaining. So if Obedience have their own party, maybe she would have an opportunity to get a ticket without spending so much. But as long as it's not solely on the interest of that, see, this class of people, they know what they are doing. So if you have 250 million for convention, why not create your own party? Okay, between after that election and now, you spend so much money. You see, he goes to this school, goes to that school, he's just spending money. So clean his image. When it comes to spending money, even for the obedient movement to develop the structure and all that, Maurice Moye, he believe that guy spent 40 million of his own money. He say Peter Obi sef not even dey look his face, not dey hear from Peter Obi, nothing. My guy run. He say, I no do again. 40 million. Na this person Maurice Moye spend. If Maurice Moye spend 40 million, but just be like, so you know they see evidence, no evidence. Just be like basket, just be like pour the money into basket. Imagine the millions where they go into that movement, the Labour Party, and where go into this. And now, Peter Obi, obviously, all the signs are clear that he has resigned his fate. That Atiku is going to, because he has to see, and that's why Atiku, you see all this Atiku not they send all those their agitation, all those obedient agitation. Now the Oga in they follow the talk. The Oga na a boy. Atiku know him. Atiku understand this guy. He know the amount where this guy does spend. So as he not get any moral grounds to even tell Atiku, say my Atiku support him. You see why they not able to feel they bring when they get their own discussion. When they get their own round table meeting, I should say she ain't not going to even let Peter Obi to say, Atiku, you know I'm your boy, I'm your mentee, you are my role model, you are my respected elder brother, just step down and support. because Atiku know the kind of person when he be. Alright. So there's a history of money spending and it's not stopping anytime soon. And from what I'm hearing, from what Fayoshe is saying now in that ADC, Peter Obi might not even be vice president. Because it's all about the money. See this guy, Oyo State, Seyi Makinde. You saw the news about Seyi Makinde now. The Baba say he go join ADC if they give him a vice presidential ticket, and he go drop 10 billion. 10 billion. One person go drop for vice presidential tickets. To secure vice presidential ticket. So now imagine if Peter Obi won't be the vice president. Imagine how much he go drop. Or if you want to be the president, he must drop past Atiku. And obviously, he get funds, so, but he not get rich Atiku. You see. So these guys are, when we say they are all part of the establishment, they are just these different sides of the same coin. They are one and the same, right? It's from their history, what they've done, where they've stood over time. And Shore try. No, Shore are revolutionary. We try. I no lie, we try. See, if one person donates 1 million to Shore campaign, everywhere, everybody they jubilate, everybody they're happy. I think in 2019 when somebody donated 1 million, that was 2019. No? See, like, you know that money is going to do a lot. Imagine saying that Shore now gets 100 million, 150 million at his disposal to run a campaign. Ah, plus the way Shore be, action man, always standing by the people. Imagine the impact now. Imagine the impact. Just imagine the impact. If he build party, if he start a movement, the biggest human rights movement in Nigeria, the only revolutionary party in Nigeria, without having hundreds of millions, that is a leader. Oh, that is a leader. That is a leader. But many of these guys, the only thing they have is money. And money, granted, money is powerful. It's powerful. I won't lie, it's powerful, right? But 250 million. I don't know what you push her, because she said it thinking it's a flex. But to me, it didn't sound like a flex. And my worry is that
Ex-
most people are not seeing it for what it
exactly,
is. Most people are
exactly.
still
Please
seeing it as
proceed,
a
proceed.
flex.
Your worry.
Like it is not. When I hear ramen, it pain me for ear. I like no, no, no. I like what this. Maybe I heard this wrong, because when I heard, because this was where I thought she was going. Honestly, when she said, "Oh, he told them to bring a budget," I was like, "Oh, that's good, that's good, that's good." Because he said, "Okay, look at it." He said, "Ah," she asked them that, "What? How much is in the Labour Party account?" He said, "No, up to 2 million." And I say, okay, bring a budget. I was not like, okay, that's good, that's good. So he said, when they brought the budget was 180 million. I was like, what? I was like, why? I said, Abure don't come again. This Abure thief, he don't come again. 180 million to do 18. What you want to use 180 million do? Then the story could just even change. Uh, can you still hear me? Am I audible? Hello, can you hear me?
We are basically, I think the culprit is that I think I'm audible, but what have we been discussing? Moments of reflection or introspection for us as a people based on what has been in our political terrain in Nigeria. Take a look at your screen. What is about to happen here? Don't you think it's vote buying? All right, don't you so?
Hello, I'm audible.
This is vote buying. Come on, network. This network is bad. It's
As
terrible.
in network problem.
Airtel
But can
has
you
decided to be funny. Yeah, am I audible, Doc?
yeah, yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, we had, and that was why we, what do you think about this video? Let me play this video, and I'm of course, I believe. Does this constitute vote buying?
Go on, guy. Go on. Get the video.
And guys, do this. Wouldn't there be call out for vote buying?
You put this. Get one APC guy. They use Peter Obi video. Pay the background not 10,000. Say the woman. You know that guy now, that way. I don't forget the guy too. Yes, I see.
Chief
Yes. When I see that thing, I will laugh.
You see, after giving her the money, you give her money and you give her campaign what is it called?
Poster.
Campaign flyer. And people campaign poster. You not be wondering, are you really, or you are coming to bribe her to vote for you? Which one do you want us to believe exactly? It reeks of so much hypocrisy, and if APC is doing this exact thing, outrage. But it seems as though there is no outrage. It's because it's Mr. Obi that is doing it, and of course, APC is doing this exact thing in a grand scale. They are doing they are doing this exact same thing in the grand scale. And how did I know? APC would walk up and say, well, what do you need for your business? All right. And they will support that business. And you have earned to stay loyal to them forever. And that is exactly what APC is doing. And it's a replication of it, yeah. All right, you come in to support a business in code 7,000 naira.
Although
right,
in Obi's defense, it was cashew nut. It was cashew nut he priced and bought. No.
Whether cashew or granola, right? The fact that now money be this, are voting be this. It seems not to be. I think so.
Exactly. See, what this poses. See, I don't really personally. I would not have cared, right? If he wants to go and buy granules, you can go and buy granules. I would say don't do all this in front of the camera. There's no need for us to showmanship, right? But I still understand that it's part of the politics. But you see, the problem with something like this is that,
and with the social engineering, that people now believe that politician, you must pay for them. That is what is socially engineered. It's very. I don't think that is encouraged.
That's the point I'm getting at, because Imagine when another person goes to that same market to campaign, what will be demanded of that person? Imagine this is campaigning for a council, a chairmanship candidate. Now
Chairmanship,
imagine
yes.
yes, imagine another chairmanship candidate who does not have a Peter Obi behind him because it's not in Peter Obi's party, right? Let's just assume AA candidate goes and campaign. Imagine the standard he has set, the expectations he has set. Do you understand my point? So that person goes, the people he's campaigning to are now like, even Peter Obi welcome, or the ADC person welcome. He buy groundnut, he buy things, he buy our things, give us, dash us money on top. Right? This is the part of the monetization of the politics that we are talking about. It may look innocent, it may look like, oh, na small thing now, but it's the weaponization of things like this, right? It creates a problem, it creates a culture that is not sustainable, right? These are the things that increase campaign expenses. You go to campaign to a people, you are the one sweating, working, passing through the stress. You reach out to them, you are campaigning, hoping to get into a position to serve them, but they expect you to do something for them in the immediate. They expect an instant gratification, right? So doing something like this, while it will gain the views, it will gain the popularity, right? It will gain these things for the candidate and also for himself, because he's also trying to paint himself in a positive light. But it now brings an expectation. So the fact that this also went wide, right? Other traders, not only those even in that market, am I still audible? Not even those, only those in that market, those in other markets would expect that when anybody comes to campaign to them, they should do things like this. Can you hear me, Mr. Fresh? My network is terrible today.
So sorry. We have been having so much network. It's already happening again. I think we have to shut down now. Thank you so much for joining. We would reconvene tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody.